I call the members to order, and the first item on our agenda this afternoon is questions to the First Minister, and the first question from Darren Miller.
To outline what consideration the Welsh Government has given to improving infrastructure in North Wales.
Well, our recently published National Transport Finance Plan sets out an ambitious programme of road, rail, bus and active travel improvements as part of a balanced and sustainable plan for transport investment across Wales.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. One thing which many people in North Wales crow about is the disparity between the investment in South Wales in the transport infrastructure and that in the north. You're spending 1.4 billion on an M4 relief road, 400 million more than you were anticipating not that long ago. You announced 180 million for the Metro Central project in Cardiff, and that's within, of course, a £2 billion package for the South Wales Metro system. Now, I don't decry those investments, but when is North Wales going to get its fair share? We've got cripplingly bad infrastructure on the A55, which regularly is congested. We've got problems with our flood defences, and broadband access, particularly in rural communities, is completely unacceptable.
Well, the A55 is, of course, a key strategic route in the north. Last year, we completed a £42 million programme to bring the tunnels at Conwy, Penmaen Bach and Peniclip up to current standards. We're also investing approximately £40 million to upgrade junctions 15 and 16, and another £200 million in the Deeside corridor. In addition, the Abergwyn-Gregin to Tair Meibion advanced drainage scheme was completed over the summer, and we published the draft orders and an environmental statement on the main A55 Abergwyn-Gregin to Tair Meibion improvement scheme. Now, other works in the north include the acceleration of the completion date for a third Menai crossing, which could now open in 2022, and progression of the proposed Caernarfon and Bontnewydd bypass, which represents further investment of over £125 million to the network, and that's just to the roads.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at a map of the electric car charging points across Britain, and we see across North Wales how poor the provision is in terms of swift charging. Now, I look forward to the revolution in the use of electric vehicles, but that isn't going to be able to happen unless the government truly shows ambitious and puts a strategy in place in order to ensure that we are preparing the infrastructure for that revolution. So where there are the signs from the government you're taking this seriously?
Well, of course we take it seriously, and we have to ensure that the structure is in place. And one of the problems is there's such diversity as regards the way in which cars can be charged. There are at least 3 sockets that I can think of, and I drive a hybrid myself. What we need, of course, is for the manufacturers to consider how they could have one uniform charger. Then it would be easier for the government to ensure that we can facilitate having more charging points. And, of course, it's true to say, of course, that with the network that we would want to ensure that we have a pan-Wales network.
Question 2, Neil Hamilton.
Will the First Minister make a statement on mobile phone coverage in Mid and West Wales?
Yes, we recognise the ever-growing importance of mobile communications in rural areas, and our Mobile Action Plan sets out how we plan to work with the industry and regulator to improve mobile connectivity across the country.
Well, I thank the First Minister for that reply, and I know the Government is giving a high priority to improving connectivity in the countryside, but I'm sure he'll agree with me that a lot more is yet to be done. There is a significant potential problem with lack of mobile phone coverage in regard to public transport. A constituent has written to me from Llanon in Ceredigion, which has only 4 buses on a Sunday to Abereiron, to say that he was waiting for the 11:27 bus recently, which didn't arrive. And on the website, you're encouraged, of course, to check the website for timetable changes and delays. But he couldn't.
Much as I'm interested in bus times in Llanon, this question is about mobile phone signal.
Yes, correct. But people with mobile phones are encouraged to check the website for delays to the service, which couldn't be done in this particular instance because there was no mobile coverage at the bus stop at which he was waiting for the bus.
Well, I mean, no one's going to pretend that mobile coverage is exactly universal in many parts of Wales. I live in the middle of a town. I can't get mobile coverage in my house. So we know that there is a challenge for the industry. This is not devolved, of course, but it's a challenge for the industry to make sure that it does extend coverage, as in other countries. Now, what are we doing as a government? Well, the Mobile Action Plan is well underway, with good progress being made. We are currently working to define eligibility for business rate support for new mast sites. And I know that the Cabinet Secretary has appointed Innovation Point to advise, stimulate and coordinate activity on 5G in Wales, including opportunities to secure funding from the UK Government Testbed and Trials Challenge Fund.
Angela Burns.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, First Minister. You'll know that an Ofcom report found that 12% of the Welsh landmass is unable to get any mobile phone coverage. And given, for example, in the last 6 months, the appalling storm damages we've had and emergency situations, I wondered if your government has spoken to or would consider talking to some of the innovators, companies such as EE, about using drone technology or the Helikite system, which works off a helium balloon, which will provide people with temporary mobile phone coverage during times of emergency. And of course, it would help to coordinate not only emergency services, but let people know that they're in dire straits or that they need help.
It's a certainly interesting idea. I'm informed that the Cabinet Secretary has met with industry representatives in order to discuss this. And it's hugely important that where we have emergencies, that there is sufficient communications, there is a sufficiently robust communications network in place in order to deal with those emergencies. And as I say, a meeting has recently taken place to discuss that very point.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. Although you mentioned the importance of the availability of mobile phones, now the 4G's only just got to Mynydd yr Ew on the Llŷn Peninsula, and there are some areas that are gravely behind in rural Wales. And one thing that's often forgotten is how important the mobile phone will be for automisation on farms and robotics. And it's coming to a point now that you can control farm machinery and certain issues on the farm through a telephone system and using the phone signal, not the phone itself, but the signal. Will you ensure, therefore, that that's available as we leave the European Union, that best technology is available in all parts of Wales, particularly for our farmers?
Yes, we have to ensure that. What I've noticed in other countries, I was in Uganda 3 years ago, and the network there was much better than the United Kingdom's. I was in very rural areas where it was very difficult to access by road, but when you got there, there were 5 bars of 4G available. And why? Well, there hadn't been any investment at all in landlines, and so they only had mobiles, and that's where the investment had gone. But we must ensure that we don't pretend that there is a network of lines there already that have been there for many years, and use that as an excuse not to progress with a stronger mobile phone network. We want to see a situation where there are many more places in Wales that can get a signal, and of course at the moment it is true that it's difficult in rural areas, and there are some urban areas as well. And for example, in the Pontcanna area, people complain to me there is no phone signal there at all, mobile phone signal right in the centre of Cardiff.
Questions now from the party leaders. Plaid Cymru leader Leanne Wood.
Leaked documents suggest that the Hywel Dda Health Board is considering the future of hospitals in its area. And it's only been around 3 years since the last reconfiguration, which was meant to offer a long-term and sustainable solution. Yet people now face more proposals, including closures. Was the Health Board being honest about its last reconfiguration?
Well, the Health Board itself could answer that. I see no reason why they were not being honest. There are always challenges. The Parliamentary Review, which all parties have signed up to, has said that there will be difficult decisions in the future. Now, as a government, we have no view on this. This is not our policy. These are options that the Health Board has taken forward. What's hugely important is that whatever the Health Board considers is taken forward with full public consultation.
Well, First Minister, you have to ultimately be responsible and accountable for health. Health is fully devolved and responsible to you. Now, the Health Board are indicating that they want people treated closer to their homes and in the community. But that's not what the proposals in the leaked document appear to be about. One aspect which could complement existing hospital services is the creation of community hubs with beds, or perhaps more accurately, I can't believe it's not a community hospital. Shutting down community hospitals was once Labour government's policy, and it's led to a reduction in beds, and it's been a big mistake. Community services should not be used as an excuse to close district general hospitals. With bed occupancy across the NHS over the safe level of 85% for the last 7 years, do you accept that the NHS needs more beds and in order to enable it to cope with the additional winter pressures?
I think we need to focus not just on beds, but on the issue of getting people to the hospital as quickly as possible. And that means that if we look at delayed transfers of care, our figures are greatly improved, month on month, and greatly improved from last year. We don't want people staying in hospital for longer than they have to. But of course, the other point that we have to understand is we need an NHS that's sustainable. All parties signed up to that as part of the parliamentary review. It's massively important that, yes, of course, we agree with the principle that people should be treated as close to home as possible, but we also need to make sure that services are sustainable in the future. Now, the proposals that have been put forward by Hywel Dda are for Hywel Dda to consider at this stage to engage in full public consultation. It's true to say that there may come a point when there will need to be a decision by government, but that point has not yet been reached.
The point is, First Minister, that people need an integrated health system, community services that complement district general hospitals and not replace them. People in the West are still going to need emergency treatment. They will still need operations, they will still need overnight stays, A&E within a reasonable distance of their homes. Now, Plaid Cymru Government will keep these essential services for our rural communities. That means A&E for Bronglais and Glangwili and keeping Withybush open. Now, Plaid Cymru has been warning you for a number of years now about the need to train more doctors. Will you work with Swansea Medical School on its proposals to expand the number of doctors in the Hywel Dda Health Board area? And can you assure people out there and members here today that you will not sign off any decision to remove A&E from Bronglais or Glangwili? And will you also confirm that the Labour government will not sign off any decision to close Withybush or to remove A&E services from that hospital?
Well, it seems to me that it's pointless having any kind of consultation. Now, we have no view on this at this stage, and there are reasons for that. If we take a view at this stage, well, Simon Thomas knows this full well. The reason why we cannot take a view at this stage is because there's an open consultation. You can't shut down the consultation at this stage. There are legal issues surrounding that, for a start. It's true to say there will come a point, or there may come a point, when ministers have to take a decision, and that is the point, of course, at which ministers no doubt will be questioned as to why that decision was taken. But you cannot, on the one hand, say we sign up to a parliamentary review looking at creating an NHS that's sustainable, and then say, options are going to be no, and then say there are some options that will always be ruled out completely. That is not the way these things operate. Last week, the parliamentary review was being supported by all parties in this chamber. The question is, are those parties now running away from that review? That is a question I think that needs to be answered.
Leader of the Opposition, Andrew David.
Presiding Officer, First Minister, do you still believe that the Welsh Government's preferred black route option for the M4 will come in nowhere near the £1 billion and will be way below that figure that you prophesied back in 2015?
Well, the figure has certainly risen because there's been more of a delay than expected, but we intend to make sure that the issue of congestion on the M4 is dealt with. I wonder what his party's view is.
First Minister, this is First Minister's questions, and that's why we ask you questions and we look for answers from you. We don't seem to get many answers on a week-by-week basis. But last week in the Business and Enterprise Committee, the senior civil servant who was dealing with this in the Cabinet Secretary's department indicated that the project cost was somewhere near £1.4 to £1.5 billion. The actual figures that have been lodged with the inquiry is £1.3 to £1.4 billion. They're actually lodged with the inquiry, those figures are. Only 2 years ago, you were stating that it was going to be nowhere near £1 billion and be considerably less than that figure. 160 civil servants at that time, as given to us by the Minister, were tied up with this particular project. I ask you again, what has gone wrong? This is the key infrastructure project that the Welsh Government is challenging to deliver. the project costs, if your estimations at that time were to be believed, have nearly doubled by the Civil Service's own figures that they've put it with the inquiry, and also identified by the Cabinet Secretary in that committee.
Well, first of all, inflation, that makes a difference to the figures. And secondly, the UK government is charging VAT. The UK government is charging VAT. So here's a challenge for him. Why doesn't he go back to his party and say, don't charge VAT for this project? That would save us hundreds of millions of pounds.
That is awful, First Minister.
True.
This is your biggest infrastructure project. Yeah. The negotiations around VAT are still ongoing. Without VAT, and these are the words of your own civil servant in that committee, the costs of this project are in the region of £1.3 to £1.4 billion. Only 2 years ago, you were trying to convince people that this project was going to come in at £800 million. I asked you to let us see that information so we could have confidence that you were building a project on sound finances. All this has been undone. Can you commit now today that there is an upper limit where this project is viable? And if there isn't that upper limit, will you be whipping your backbenchers and having Cabinet responsibility to vote this project through, whatever the cost? Whatever the cost.
He didn't know about the VAT, did he? That was one of the issues that's blindsided him. And I'm surprised that the leader of the opposition isn't aware of the VAT issue and has not said anything publicly to support the Welsh Government and the Welsh taxpayer. One thing for him to say negotiations are ongoing, but why isn't he standing up and saying to the Conservative Party, a Conservative Party that took funding away from electrification of the railways to spend outside of Wales, a Conservative Party that is trying to increase the price of the M4 project, a Conservative Party that claimed it was reducing the tolls on the Severn Bridge when all it was doing was removing VAT, which wasn't legally able to charge in the first place. I mean, when we talk about spinning, what we have in the leader of the opposition is a whirling dervish. We will deliver transport projects for the people of Wales in the teeth of opposition from the Conservatives.
Arweinydd Grŵp
Leader of the UKIP group, Neil Hamilton.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd. Emergency hospital consultants in Wales have recently written to the First Minister claiming that safety is being compromised to an unacceptable degree. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine has described A&Es like battlefields. Dr Tim Rogerson, a consultant in emergency medicine at the Royal Gwent Hospital, has said about the picture across Wales, we're on our knees as far as emergency care is concerned. We have patients coming into emergency departments that are already full. The consultants have asked the First Minister to review as a matter of urgency the number of beds available for acute care and for a significant increase in funding for social care. Is he going to accede to that request?
First of all, I'm aware of the pressures there have been on emergency staff, and I thank them for what they have done. It has been very difficult given intense spikes in demand, unpredictable spikes in demand at certain days in the course of the holiday period. We would be delighted to spend more on health and social care if the brakes were taken off by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The Cabinet Secretary for Finance only last week outlined that we could be up to £4 billion better off if previous trends had been followed. That is a significant investment we could make in the health service. So, yes, we agree. We agree with the consultants that we want to spend more money on health and social care. Where are we going to take it from? Schools? Because that's the only place we can go. Let's put the council tax up, because that's what will happen if we take money away from local government. We need to make sure the UK government... Boris Johnson today saying there should be £100 million a week available for the NHS in England. That would mean £300 million more available in Wales. On that, if nothing else, I support Boris Johnson.
I'm delighted to hear that, because as a result of leaving the European Union, there will be more money to spend on the health service. In answer to the leader of Plaid Cymru, it's the way you tell him. In answer to the leader of Plaid Cymru earlier on, he said that beds don't really matter, it's how quickly you move people out of them. But the truth of the matter is there's been a very substantial cut in the number of beds available in hospitals throughout Wales in the last 7 years. roughly 20 to 25%, depending on the health board. But the occupancy rate of those beds has barely moved, and it is higher, and has been, as the leader of Plaid Cymru pointed out, above the safe level of 85% now for 7 years. Surely, within the priorities of the health service for which the First Minister is responsible, not Boris Johnson, there should be some kind of change to ensure that hospital safety is actually taken very seriously by this government.
It's a matter of health boards to ensure they have sufficient beds available. It's not right to say I said beds weren't important. I said they were only part of the picture. If you look, for example, at England, where spending on social care has been hammered, England is now reaping what it has sown. We have made sure through, for example, the Integrated Care Fund, that more people can leave hospital when they are ready. We're seeing delayed transfers of care dropping, whereas in England, of course, social care is on the verge of collapse. If you don't believe me, listen to council leaders, Conservative council leaders in England, who are saying just that.
Sorry, I wasn't aware that the First Minister had finished. So much noise coming from other parts of the chamber. But the whole point of my question was not about social care, but about beds in hospitals and hospital care. And the consultants who wrote to the First Minister last week said that emergency departments in Wales are in some ways worse than in England. Staff are arriving for work to find patients in the emergency department who were there the previous day, and multiple staff in tears because they feel they cannot deliver the care that patients need. The consultants also claim that the 4-hour target figures for best-performing hospitals in Wales were similar to some of the worst-performing hospitals in England. Surely that is an indictment of 20 years of Labour government in Wales.
Well, there are question marks over England's figures, for a start. That doesn't diminish, of course, the pressures there have been on emergency services in Wales, and I certainly don't seek to belittle that in any way, shape or form. But the question is this. Should you divorce the issue of health and social care, as he is trying to do with this third question? The answer is no, you cannot. The two are integrated. The two are the same. They're integrated in terms of the service they seek to deliver to people. And we have put money into that through the Integrated Care Fund, making sure that people are able to leave hospital when they are able. What England did was to try to spend money on health and starve social care of money, effectively taking money from social care and putting it into health. And now England is reaping the whirlwind of that. We always took the view that health and social care had to be seen in the round, that one was strongly linked to the other. If we look, for example, it's beyond that, the Additional Learning Needs Bill, that looks at bringing together education and health provision for young people as well. So we've made sure, when it comes to spending in Wales is higher per head than in England on health and on social care, to make sure that we don't let our people down, just like the government has done in England.
Question 3.
Question 3, Joyce Watson.
Howard, will the First Minister make a statement on the operation of cashless payment systems for school meals?
Well, there are many benefits to schools using cashless systems, helping schools meet the requirement to protect the identity of learners, for example, who receive free school meals, and, of course, preventing the situation arising of children losing their lunch money.
There is, of course, evident link between cashless payment systems and better take-up of free school meals, and that's why I've supported and campaigned for the introduction in every school in Wales. And Powys has done that, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. But we now have a situation whereby children whose parents pay for lunch and who haven't topped up their cards will no longer be able to get any food. I understand the Council's position in this, but it can't be right, in my view, that a child will go hungry in school because someone somewhere along the line has forgotten or cannot afford to pay for the dinner money that particular week. And I'm particularly concerned that this is sorted out before the introduction of universal credit that is going to happen in Powys in June. We all know about the delays in people getting their money, and I'm really, really concerned that in this system that could cause an absolute failure by those people expecting that money to be in place and their children to be fed will not happen. So I therefore respectfully ask you, First Minister, if you could have a word with your 2 Cabinet Secretaries to try and sort this out, and there's an urgency that it's done before June.
Yes, we're more than happy to pursue that. I mean, my own son's school introduced cashless payments this term, which I have to say saved on scrambling around for pound coins. every week, which was what tended to happen in our house. But the important point is this. I don't think it would be right that if there's no credit in a child's account, as it were, that child should not have a meal as a result of that. There should be a system in place where parents are reminded in a timely fashion as to what the balance is on that account, and not find out about it when the account has nothing in it. But certainly, I'll ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education to take this up and to reply to my friend and colleague in greater detail.
Russell George.
As I understand it, First Minister, different local authorities across Wales use different payment methods, which does sometimes cause a problem when children move schools. I wonder if you believe that there's rationale in standardising payment methods across Wales.
I think there is rationale in that. First of all, of course, it makes sense for there to be a standard system across an LEA area. Of course, we have local management of schools, but it would seem strange to parents that if a child moved school, that somehow there would then be a problem with not having having a different account with a different balance in it, or not having a cashless system. I think it's fair to say that we should move towards a standardised system in the future.
Question 4, Hefin.
Question 4, Hefin David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on plans for the replacement of the Welsh Government's Children and Young People's Continuing Care Guidance 2012?
Yes, we are setting up a multi-agency task and finish group that will consult upon and produce revised continuing care guidance for children and young people by the spring of next year.
I'm really pleased that the Task and Finish Group has been set up. This is the document, and we, as constituency AMs, and I'm sure regional AMs, get many people concerned about the transition from childhood to adulthood for those children needing continuing health care. This document is responsible for guidance for children. This document, a separate document, is responsible for guidance for adulthood. The children document says eligibility for adult CHC at the age of 17 should be determined by multidisciplinary, multi-agency teams, whereas this document said that the same thing should be approved by local health boards. So there's clear anomalies in the two documents, and they're not the only ones. I think it's really important that not only is this guidance reviewed, but also this guidance in tandem, and that other stakeholders beyond health boards are involved, and including the Children's Commissioner.
Yes, I agree with that. My understanding is that adult CHC services, the transition to those services has to commence when an individual is aged 14. LHBs have the responsibility to draw up a robust local transition policy with partner agencies. That includes local authorities. There will be some issues that will be outside of the scope of the local health board, for example, responsibility for meeting any ongoing educational needs. But the member is right to say that as we look to revise the guidance for young people, it's massively important that as that guidance is revised, that there is then a seamless transition to adulthood, so that that kind of problem where people can't access services in the same way, or there's a barrier they can't get over, so those barriers are eliminated.
Question 5, Russell George.
5, Russell George.
First Minister, make a statement on the services provided to the people of Powys by Shropdock.
Yes, Powys Teaching Health Board currently commissioned Shropdock to provide GP out-of-hours services to the people of Powys.
Thank you, First Minister. You'll be aware, of course, that Powys doesn't have a district general hospital, which makes it all the more important to my constituents that there is an excellent out-of-hours GP service. The current out-of-hours service is run by Shropdock, and the Health Board has said that they want to end that service and contract with Shropdock and replace it with the 111 out-of-hours service by this spring. Now, I have no doubt in my own mind that neither the Health Board or any other organisation can currently provide the same level of support as Shropdock provides. Shropdock also provides services to GP practices, and I think there's a real significant risk here that if some GP practices could fold if those services are no longer available. And it seems that the Health Board hasn't properly consulted on these proposals or consulted GPs correctly. So can I ask, has the Welsh Government exerted any influence over the Health Board in changing to a 111 model? And can you give any assurance to my constituents that any change would not be detrimental to them? And if you can't give that assurance, would you examine this situation in Powys?
Well, the situation has arisen because Shropdock itself has faced financial challenges during 2017. Those challenges do remain. As a result, the Health Board have been working with Shropdock and the English CCGs to support them while they address those challenges. I understand the Health Board did establish a task force to assess and deliver potential alternative solutions for the provision of out-of-hours services in Powys, and that task force has developed short and medium-term plans. The current contract with Shropdock does end, I understand, in the spring, so there is an opportunity there now to work on new models and to work with Shropdock itself. This is a situation that's not been chosen by the Health Board, but there have been challenges that have been placed before them as a result of Shropdock's own financial situation, which we hope can be resolved.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. Well, as just been mentioned, many of the residents of Powys are reliant on services that are either provided from England or are located in England, and given the news that I'm hearing that there is a delay in terms of a decision on the location of a general hospital for the west of Shropshire, wherever that is to be located, and it's an argument between Telford and Shrewsbury itself, and that's ongoing, and the Westminster Government doesn't have any money to invest in that, it would seem. So what discussions are you having as government, because it's beyond the Health Board, what discussions are you as a government having with the government in England to ensure that those services continue to be available and that there is no gap in the services provided in Powys?
Well, the Health Board have been in discussion with Shropshire and also Telford and Wrekin in order to work with them to develop new services, if that's the path they choose to take, and to see in which way they can support Shropdock to be sustainable in the long term. So discussions have taken place between the Health Board and also the organisations in England.
First Minister, Shropdock has provided out-of-hours GP services to Powys for 22 years, but like every part of the NHS, they've also felt financial pressures. The decision not to renew the contract is extremely disappointing, as Shropdock have provided one of the best out-of-hours services in the country and provided a first-class service to the people of Powys. First Minister, can you assure this chamber that the decision to end the Shropdock contract was not financially motivated? And can you assure the people of Powys that the replacement service will be as good, if not better, than the out-of-hours service provided by Shropdock?
That's what we want to do, but Shropdock, remember, has financial problems of its own, and that's the reason why this situation has arisen. One of the concerns as well is that the two English CCGs who currently commission Shropdock were re-tendered during 2018, and of course it's important that both sides of the board work together in order to commission a new service. But this is not a situation where the Health Board have chosen to be in a position where they want to offload Shropdock, if I can put it that way. It's because of Shropdock's financial challenges that the situation has arisen. But everybody wants to get to a situation where the service is at least as good as the service that currently exists.
Question 6, Lee Walton.
Will the First Minister establish a unit to explore how Wales can harness artificial intelligence and automation?
Well, automation, innovation and digitalisation form one of the cornerstones of the Economic Action Plan, and we're focusing our investment to support businesses to prepare for the challenges of tomorrow and future-proofing our economy and workforce.
Thank you, First Minister. And I welcome the fact the new Economic Action Plan includes as one of the criteria for supporting new businesses adapting to automation. But the implications of automation go way beyond that. It's estimated that some 700,000 jobs are at risk, and they hit upon every single portfolio. So would you now look at how you can coordinate efforts by establishing a unit to explore opportunities so we can support the people that are going to be impacted by automation and also explore the opportunities for Wales?
Yes, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Does there come a point where automation is so comprehensive that there aren't enough people with money in their pockets to buy what the robots make? You know, when does that point come? Nobody knows. We've not been in this situation before. But he asks an important question. How do we look to cope and deal and look to prosper from the changes that will come in the future? Well, we are already examining the impact of technology and data on public service delivery. For example, the Digital and Data Group provides a forum for sharing best practice on that. It's part of the Economic Action Plan, and we do engage regularly with businesses and stakeholders to discuss the potential impact and opportunities of digital technologies. And if we look at innovative tech, well, of course, we're already considering the opportunities of artificial intelligence. M7 Managed Services, in partnership with IBM, opened an Artificial Intelligence Centre of Competence last December. And, of course, the Centre of Excellence in Mobile and Emerging Technologies at the University of South Wales is working with businesses to see how businesses can benefit from the challenges of the future, meet those challenges, and, of course, continue to provide jobs for people.
Nick Ramsey.
First Minister, I think Lee Waters has made a very good point, and I agree with most of your answer there. Yesterday, I attended the Severn Growth Summit at the Celtic Manor. The summit looked at ways of developing the economy of South East Wales, particularly now in the light of the first reduction and then the decision to abolish the Severn Bridge tolls later in the year. First Minister, there's a tremendous mood of optimism surrounding some of these imminent changes, and there's also a real desire to use it as a stimulus to develop a high-tech economy in South East Wales from the border along to Cardiff and hopefully further. In terms of the unit that Lee Waters mentioned, would you look at potentially citing that within that area so that when these changes happen to the road network and changes to the Severn Bridge, for instance, that there is a real this is used as an impetus to make sure that the economy is developed in the future in a way that is developing the high-tech sector and the areas that Lee Waters mentioned?
Well, I've already mentioned two examples there of centres that have been put in place in order to deal and meet the challenges of the future. And of course, much of this will be driven by the higher education sector. So many of the sectors, of course, many of these centres in the future will be run by them. But there's no doubt at all that we want to encourage cross-border economic working. It happens everywhere else in the world, so why wouldn't it happen between Wales and England? If that leads to joint prosperity between South East of Wales and the South West of England, then so be it. One of the problems, of course, is the South West of England doesn't have a body that we can talk to in the same way as we can talk to Scotland or Northern Ireland. Certainly that's an issue that will need to be resolved in the future.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yes, it's good that this issue is being addressed at a governmental level. However, there is recent evidence that companies like Tesco are now losing a lot more money from shoplifting since bringing in automation in the form of self-scanning machines. Is there now a case for the Welsh Government to work with those companies in trying to move away from unnecessary automation and go back towards hiring real people to do jobs?
Well, I mean, in reality, shoplifting increased when self-service was introduced probably about 70 years ago into supermarkets. They accept it as part of, I mean, they obviously look to catch shoplifters, but they accept it as part of their business models. I think a variety of options should be available for people. For some people, they want to physically go through a checkout. For others, they want to check out automatically at the end. For others, they want to go around with a scanner. And having those choices is important for people, especially at busy times when the automated services take a lot of pressure off the services that people are using when they physically go through a checkout.
Question 7, Gina.
First Minister make a statement on the impact of the rollout of universal credit in Wales.
Well, I'm extremely concerned about the severe issues with universal credit, such as the impact of the changes to payment of housing support and the impact they are having on rent arrears, and we have expressed our concerns to the UK Government, calling for a halt to the rollout of universal credit.
Well, thank you for that answer, First Minister. Disabled people and single parents and women have been amongst the biggest losers under 7 years of austerity, according to the Equality and Human Rights Commission, standing to lose around 10% of their income by 2022 due to tax and benefit changes since 2010. And the rollout of the flawed universal credit, with its unacceptable payment delays, as you've said, has pushed many people into debt, rent arrears and eviction. Of course, member for Torfaen, Lynn Legal, has fed back on the Torfaen experience. Also, young people aged 18 to 21 have also lost out under universal credit, with housing benefit withdrawn. And I don't know if members are aware the Children's Society has highlighted the UK Government's proposals to introduce an earnings threshold for eligibility to free school meals under universal credit, restricting free school meals to families with net earnings under £7,400 per year. And with universal credit expected to be fully rolled out this year in the Vale of Glamorgan and other parts of Wales, what support is the Welsh Government giving to our advice services, such as Cardiff and Vale Citizens Advice, who will be bearing the brunt of supporting people adversely affected by universal credit?
Well, we have provided £5.97 million of grant funding for this year. That funding will continue in the next financial year. It's for 3 projects: frontline advice services, Better Advice, Better Lives and Communities First Shared Outcomes projects. and they ensure access to free and independent social welfare advice across Wales. As I said, that will continue into the next financial year.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Hearing Officer, in his budget last November, the Chancellor of Exchequer announced changes to the universal credit system. These include the removal of the 7 waiting days before a claimant can apply for universal credit. It is a significant improvement to the advance payment system, including increasing the amount available and changes to support people with their rent payments when moving from housing benefit. Does the First Minister agree with the Chief Executive of Citizen Advisory Bureau, who said these changes are a very welcome step and will make a significant differences to people claiming universal credit in Wales?
Well, it shouldn't have been messed up in the first place, should it? I mean, that's an admission that what was put in place at the very beginning wasn't thought through properly and ended up with a lot of people in debt. We still have evidence that housing associations, from housing associations and citizens' advice, to show that rent arrears are still a problem for people on universal credit. There are other issues as well that surround the implementation of universal credit, such as a lack of awareness concerning alternative payment arrangements and access to advance payments. Those problems still remain.
Bethan Jenkins.
First Minister, the Scottish Government, as part of the Smith Commission, will see yet again more powers over welfare being devolved to their government. In the past, your government has said that you don't want to have powers over welfare because of the cost implications. But as we've rehearsed time and time again in debates here in the National Assembly for Wales, we have been led to understand that the fiscal framework for those powers will be transferred to the Scottish Government, and therefore the cost of administrating those welfare benefits will be transferred alongside the powers. Will you therefore change your mind on this? We can stand here and moan about how welfare will affect our citizens, and I agree with you on that, but can we take responsibility here in Wales for those welfare powers if we are better at doing it than Westminster?
Well, the answer to the question lies in the election of a Labour government in Westminster. It's committed to fairness, to social justice and to opportunity. We must be very careful. We must be very careful in divorcing ourselves from the welfare system that exists across GB. Why? Because we're net beneficiaries. At the end of the day, if we end up in a situation where we have to finance our own welfare system, we will be worse off in terms of the money that's available. So we have to be careful not to move along that line, move along that path and be in a position where we end up taking on powers that we then don't have the money to finance. That's the issue for us. And we know that the UK Government has a record of agreeing to the transfer of powers without the transfer of the finances. And that's the question we need to answer.
Question 8, Jenny Rathbone.
What assessment has the Welsh Government made of the sustainability of current bus services in Wales?
Well, we are working with the industry and others to develop long-term sustainability by developing integrated networks such as the Metro in North and South Wales. We will look, when the powers are devolved, at a better and more sustainable structure for bus services in Wales.
Oh, my constituents are looking forward to the trams and the light rail systems that the Metro will bring. But in the meantime, people rely on buses to get themselves to work and to school. Cardiff Bus is the municipal bus service, and they are being subjected to aggressive assaults by private companies who are simply cherry-picking the routes that are most profitable. Now, the 1986 Transport Act does not allow the cross-subsidy of one route from another, revenue from another. And I just wondered what the government's plans are for ensuring the sustainability of a network of sustainable services for all our citizens, particularly those who don't have a car, and what model of delivery we need and what legislation we might need.
We cannot continue with a system where, unless services are subsidised, they can be altered or removed almost at the drop of a hat. I remember not so long ago in Ceredigion, where Arriva pulled out of the provision of bus services there at very short notice, and then it was left to other private operators to step in and fill the gap. That is not a sustainable way of running bus services. Nor is it right that in many parts of Wales there is only one provider, and that provider is a private provider that can charge effectively what it wants. I mean, this is another one of the myths that was peddled by the Tories in the 80s and beyond, that in transport there can be competition. Well, for many people in Wales, there is no competition when it comes to buses. There's certainly no competition when it comes to trains. People are paying over the odds for private monopolies. That situation cannot continue, and the Cabinet Secretary and I and the Government will be looking at ways of ensuring that in the future we have a bus network that is publicly supported both financially and by the people of Wales, and not one that is fragmented and overpriced.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Llywydd. First Minister, I've received comments from a local bus operator in Pembrokeshire who has expanded his business following the closure of another bus company in the county, but unfortunately is having difficulty in upgrading his infrastructure. Now, I accept that the budgets of local authorities are tight, but given the important service that more and more bus companies are providing across Wales and the fact that they provide jobs locally too, what assistance can the Welsh Government offer for the future and therefore secure the sustainability of bus services, particularly in rural areas?
Well, how many companies have we seen over the years go to the wall? We've seen many, and we must reconsider the structure of bus services. And that means, of course, for example, is it possible to have a system of franchises? It won't work on a local government level. I think that'd be too small. But we must ensure that the companies have to deliver the service at the price that was agreed, and that's sustainable for years. We've got to move away from the system we have at present, where for the majority of the people of Wales, one company runs the services and they decide on which ones will work without any kind of permissions from local people. That has to change. We must consider that there's no competition in most parts of Wales. We'll have to move to that kind of system, which is much more sustainable and will ensure that we don't see services just falling apart very often, as we have seen over the past years.
Minister think that it's acceptable that there are no rush-hour buses from Wrexham Industrial Estate, one of the largest industrial estates in Europe, into Wrexham Town Centre. Thousands of workers being left high and dry by a non-existent transport service. You either have to clock off early or you have to hang around for an hour to catch the bus home. Now, you can talk as much as you like about your occasional bus summits. You can show us fancy maps about a so-called North Wales metro transport system. Or, of course, you can tell us that you're serious about this. Is this acceptable? Because people are telling me it's not. I'm sure everybody here would believe it's not. Why is Wrexham suffering from substandard services in this respect? And why doesn't the largest industrial estate, or one of the largest industrial estates in Europe, not have what is a basic service?
Well, why is he taking it up with the council? Is the council responsible for subsidising bus services? And he is right. Do I think it's acceptable? Do I think it's acceptable? No, I don't. I think he's right. But the reality is, as he knows full well, we don't have control over the buses yet. Now, there's no point pretending, not even the Leader of the Opposition knows that, apparently, based on the comment he's just given, that we don't have responsibility over the buses yet. I want to see, for the people of Wrexham and those who are commuting to Wrexham Industrial Estate, a proper, integrated, sustainable transport service via the North East Wales Metro, using trains, using buses, to ensure that the situation he's described, which is not acceptable, does not continue in the future as it has done after 30 years of Tory transport misrule.
Thank you, First Minister. The next item is the business statement and announcement, and I call on the Leader of the House, Julie James.
Llywydd. There are no changes to this week's business. Business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found amongst the meeting papers, which are available to members electronically.
Jane Hutt.
Leader of the House, Horiteg has highlighted that Iceland has become the first country in the world to legally enforce equal pay between men and women. Will the Leader of the House update on how the Welsh Government will use legislation to help tackle the shocking gap in gender pay, which has widened by 23% in the past 5 years, according to a report this week, as well as how the Welsh Government is supporting Horiteg's Fair Play Employer initiative?
Well, thank you for that. It's absolutely splendid to see that Iceland has indeed legislated to get equal pay. Of course, we've had an Equal Pay Act in United Kingdom for quite some time, and we know that that hasn't led to the equality of pay that we'd like to have seen. In Wales, we've introduced legislation to help address the gender pay gap in the public sector. Of course, unfortunately, we don't have the power to do that in the private sector. The UK government has introduced regulations on gender pay gap reporting for large employers in the private and voluntary sectors across Great Britain, 250 employees or above, I understand. And we are actually exploring ways in which we can get a voluntary agreement here in social partnership with our businesses to see if we can extend that lower down the structures in Wales. Because a large number of the companies in Wales are, of course, SMEs. And myself and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance have been looking at ways to do that using our procurement powers as well for quite some time. Chwarateg's initiative is indeed a very interesting one, and I chair the Fair Work Board, and we are looking at ways in which we can introduce such examples. We will be shortly making recommendations about a Fair Work Commission in Wales, and I know that Chwarateg's proposals will be being looked at very seriously there as a way of extending the service. I'd also like to recommend programmes like the Agile Nation 2 project, which Chwarateg's run, which I've been myself to see the effect on the women who undertake those programmes. I believe the average pay rise for the women who've gone through that programme is about £3,000, which is amazing and shows you what you can do when you increase people's powers to understand what their rights can be in the workplace. But there's no doubt that it's a continuing problem. And it's a very important thing that we do to make sure that the public sector here in Wales leads the way both by example and by our spending power to see what else we can do in Wales while the UK government fails to act. Really.
Paul Davis.
Leader of the House, I'd be grateful if you could please ask the Cabinet Secretary for Health to bring forward 2 statements, please. The first statement is in relation to Hywel Dda Health Board's new service change proposals, which has already been raised in this chamber this afternoon. Now, some of these proposals could result in services being further centralised away from Pembrokeshire, and some of these proposals could even result in Withybush Hospital being completely shut down in the future. Members will know that I have consistently raised this issue in the past, highlighting the effects of centralising services on other departments, which in turn make those more vulnerable in the future. Indeed, I've often been accused of scaremongering, and it seems that's going on here again today when raising the knock-on effect of centralising services on hospitals in West Wales. And it seems as though that those concerns are quickly becoming a reality, given that some of the options considered by Hywel Dda Health Board would see Withybush Hospital removed in its entirety. Now, the option of closing the hospital, in my opinion, should not even be considered, and this will be totally unacceptable to the people that I represent. And it's now important that we hear from the Welsh Government on what its position is regarding this very serious matter. Now, I listened carefully to the First Minister's answers earlier, which suggested that the Welsh Government does not have a view at all. Surely the Welsh Government is responsible for health services in Wales, and I'm very concerned that the Government is washing its hands when it comes to health services in West Wales. Now, during the last Assembly election, it wasn't the governing party's policy to close Withybush Hospital, so it's only reasonable that the Government now tell the people that I represent what its view is regarding the future of Withybush Hospital. Therefore, can you please encourage the Cabinet Secretary for Health to bring forward an urgent statement regarding the future delivery of health services in West Wales, and in particular Pembrokeshire, as soon as possible, because the Welsh Government should put on record its position on this serious issue. Secondly, can I also ask the Cabinet Secretary for Health for a statement on the Welsh Government's recruitment strategy for medical professionals in West Wales? St Clement's Surgery in Neyland, in my constituency, has submitted an application for closure to the local health board due in part to staffing shortages, highlighting once again why more action needs to be taken to attract medical professionals to posts in West Wales. This is a very serious issue for the people that I represent, given that we've seen other problems with recruiting GPs in Goodwick in the north of my constituency. Therefore, can you please impress upon the Cabinet Secretary for Health to bring forward a statement outlining the Welsh Government's recruitment strategy for the area, so that closures like this as a result of staff shortages do not continue to occur in the future. And Llywydd, I can hear some Labour members laughing at these very serious matters. They should be ashamed of themselves. Local Labour members. Shame yourselves.
Minister, please.
Thank you for those two questions, both of which were more like speeches, and I think that's what the Labour members are commenting on. In terms of the first one, you asked the question of the First Minister, and the Cabinet Secretary for Health is here to hear your statement question again to me. But there is obviously a due process to go through the consultation. I'm surprised the member thinks that we should have an opinion on a consultation which is extant before the end of the consultation. We take consultation extremely seriously. Once the consultation is finished and we've had a proper process to look at the results of the consultation, I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will come forward with the results of the consultation and the Government's response to that consultation at that time. And again, on the second point, you made the point earlier, you've made it again now. I don't really think it was a question. The Cabinet Secretary heard the points you made, as did everybody else.
Simon Thomas.
May I start by asking for an update on road safety, specifically on the A487. The Leader of the House may recall that around a fortnight ago there was a fatal accident between Gellilydan and Maentwrog when a baby and her aunt died in a car. I extend my sympathies to the family and the local community who are grieving because of that accident, but specifically in looking at the figures, there have been 26 accidents on that one stretch of road. For those who are familiar with it, it's the turnings going down the hill near Gellilydan and Maentwrog. And there have been 26 accidents in just a year, and that's in 12 months' time. So just to reduce the possibilities of further serious accidents on this stretch of road, I would ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary looking into road safety. Local people specifically are asking for a temporary reduction in the speed limit whilst they look at other means of making the roads safer. It's worth bearing in mind that other stretches of this road between North and South Wales have been made safer recently through Welsh Government investment, but this stretch has remained as it was in the days of the cart and horse, in fact, and we certainly need to look at the safety of that road.
Is just to put on record my thanks for many who worked over the weekend. We had floods again in many parts of West Wales. Ceredigion was particularly affected. I certainly couldn't complete the journey on Sunday myself because I was turned back by the police. And I know that in Tenby as well, there were some serious flood problems on the eastern road out of Tenby. These things do happen. We do have bad surface water problems in Wales, but sometimes they can be addressed by better engineering and some better appreciation of how you do some soft engineering as well around how we deal with flood. Hard work and council staff and officials and the police as well. It would be good, I think, perhaps not immediately, but during the next few weeks to have a chance to reflect as an Assembly, either through a statement or through a debate, on what we're doing to deal with flooding and mitigating some of the effects of climate change as part of that, and what specifically does the Welsh Government have in planned for helping some communities who identify problems and want to seek to try and address them.
Yes, well, on the A487, I also want to extend our sympathies to the family. Our thoughts are very much with all of those affected by what was an appalling traffic incident. I know the Cabinet Secretary feels very strongly that his commitment to improving road safety and reducing the number of people killed and seriously injured on Welsh roads. I haven't had the opportunity to discuss the reduction in speed limits with him. I'd be very grateful if the member would write to the Cabinet Secretary suggesting that in particular. I'm sure he'll take that very seriously, as I know he's has expressed his sympathies to the families of those affected, and it was a very serious incident. In terms of the flooding, absolutely, there were floods. It was torrential rain, I think we'd all agree, on Sunday, and there were floods absolutely everywhere. I also had a journey interrupted by flooding. Again, I think the Cabinet Secretary for the Environment and the Cabinet Secretary for Transport are taking that very seriously, and we will be considering a way of bringing that onto the floor of the Assembly, because it's a very serious issue for a large number of us in Wales.
Jenny Rathbone.
Leader of the House, we've heard that the First Minister is very keen to ensure that we have a sustainable, publicly supported bus service in Wales. But we've also heard that in many parts of Wales, including in Cardiff, we are seeing an increasingly deteriorating current bus system. It was back in May that the government completed its bus consultation. I appreciate that you're waiting for the UK government to transfer the powers that we need to Transport for Wales to commission services. But in the meantime, is it possible to have a debate of a future bus system, whether it's by franchising whole communities or whether it's through publicly supported or community supported systems of bus service delivery?
Yeah, so member's quite right. Our consultation ended on the 31st of May last year. That had a number of outline proposals to improve the planning and delivery of local bus services. 75% of respondents to that consultation expressed a preference that our reform should enable local authorities to introduce some kind of bus franchising in their area to be more responsive to local need. The Cabinet Secretary is going to hold another public consultation, this time on the detailed proposals that came out of the first consultation, along with some others, including some of the things that the member just raised. And I think his intention is to announce that public consultation in the chamber at that time. So I'm sure that will be being brought forward. It is worth reminding, as the First Minister touched on this earlier as well, it is worth reminding ourselves that local authorities already have a range of powers available to exert more influence over bus services. For example, they can make a ticketing scheme. In my own local authority, through ticketing has been a big issue, and that's been successful in parts of Swansea and Gower. There are also voluntary agreements that can be made with bus operators to coordinate investment in different schemes and to make statutory enforceable bus quality partnership schemes. So we're not without any powers at the local authority level, but we will be consulting on further powers as they transfer to us in due course. Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, Leader of the House, may I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport on what he is doing to deliver closer links between South East Wales and Bristol and the West Country. Yesterday, the Secretary of State for Wales, Alan Cann, held a Severn Growth Summit in Newport on how we can develop economic links building on the reduction of tolls on the Severn crossing prior to their abolition. Can I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary confirming that the Welsh Government will work with the UK Government in developing links to improve living standards and job prospects in South East Wales? And my second statement from the same Minister, I'll be grateful if you ask, the Transport Wales have made some plans, but one very important organisation called Bus User Cymru, they were not even consulted. That organisation actually have views, they have concern, they have strategies, and they have technical matters to talk. And last year they put more than 430 complaints, and they were all taken care of, most of them. So their input is very vital for our bus user, especially for our senior citizens and not very able people. So I'll be very grateful if you ask the Minister to make a statement of the Bus Cymru Wales in this chamber, please.
Yes, well, the Cabinet Secretary has been having an extensive set of meetings around the Severn area and the abolition of the tolls and so on. I know that he has a large number of issues going on in that particular area. I wasn't aware of the Bus User Cymru consultation point. I do suggest the member writes to the Cabinet Secretary and highlights that issue. I don't think it's an issue for a statement in the House, but I'm sure that the Cabinet Secretary will respond to a query as to if they have been left out of a consultation, why that happened and so on. I'm afraid I don't know the specific answer to that. There is, as I said in response to Jenny Rathbone, there will be a further consultation about the whole bus situation, and that will be part of an integrated transport network, and obviously it does impact on the integrated transport network as well. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will be taking that into account as he brings forward the consultation on the specifics of the bus network.
Sam Jenkins.
Thank you, diolch. We've had a written statement in the last few days on steel procurement, which I do welcome. But I was wondering if we could have an oral or a written statement on the other elements of the agreement with Plaid Cymru that we made with regards to the steel industry, specifically on the funding for a power plant. I'm just curious as to where we stand on this. We've seen in the last week issues with regards to problems with pension advice, and I wanted to be assured and to make the workers assured that their changes to their pensions have not been in vain. And so an update on the power plant and also an update on research and development would be welcomed. And my second request would be to also have an update on the response of the Welsh Government to the Equality Committee's report on asylum seekers and refugees. Tomorrow I am hosting an event in the Senedd regarding a sanctuary. Wales is a sanctuary for asylum seekers and refugees. And in that report, we did recommend that Wales becomes a nation of sanctuary. So I was wondering if we could have an update on progress of that report, considering that there is a lot of interest in this from that sector and a lot of enthusiasm, actually, from asylum seekers and refugees across Wales.
Yes, well, answering those in reverse, that one is part of my portfolio responsibility. I did recently meet with several of the groups involved in that report. I am hoping to pop into your event tomorrow, and we are very favourably looking at, and I will be very shortly reporting on our response to that report. We had a really good meeting with a large number of the groups, umbrella organisations and so on, so I will be bringing forward a response on that very shortly. I am also popping into Julie Morgan's Holocaust Memorial event on the steps of the Senedd for Gypsy Travellers tomorrow as well, but I hope to get to both of them. It's great to see two such great events in the Senedd tomorrow. In terms of the steel research and the development of that, that is under discussion. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will be bringing forward, to be honest, I don't know if it's a statement or a debate, but we will be bringing forward something very shortly to update members on that, where we are, and the importance of it to the workers, which certainly David Rees is always on my case about where we're going with that, and the member also is, and so we will be doing that very shortly as well.
Mick Antonev.
The House, Brexit, as you'll probably be aware, is entering a particularly acute phase. We have had Nigel Farage calling for a second referendum. We've even had the leader of UKIP in the Assembly, Neil Hamilton, saying on the radio that if facts change, you have to vote again, although I think he was referring to the UKIP leadership. But bearing in mind the phase that we're actually entering now, would it be appropriate for the Welsh Government to have, say, fortnightly statements on the current state of Brexit? Very important that we are kept up to date and that there is ongoing debate as things are moving very, very quickly, and these are matters of fundamental importance to this Assembly and to the UK as a whole.
Yes, the member's absolutely right. It is extremely important. I find myself in the uncomfortable position of slightly agreeing with Nigel Farage, but there we are. That's not a place you'd often very want to be. The Welsh Government is extremely eager to build on, I think, our excellent record of keeping the Assembly informed of the latest Brexit developments. Since the referendum result, we've been proactively updating the Assembly, for example, through written and oral statements following JMC meetings and significant events or developments. For example, we had 3 written statements during the last sitting week in December on different aspects of the European Union negotiations and policy, on the Phase 1 agreement, on the JMC meeting on the 12th of December and the launch of our regional policy document. Also, both the First Minister and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance have been regularly reporting back on progress through the Assembly's committee system. As we move forward into the next phase of the negotiations, we will continue to build on these established ways of updating the Assembly. However, the member will know that we need to see really concrete proposals from the UK Government on the Welsh Government's level of engagement during the second phase of negotiations before we can outline in detail how we can ensure there is a fit-for-purpose set of arrangements in which the latest developments and actions taken by the Welsh Government can be reported at both levels. And we've made the case to the UK Government that the model for the second phase should follow the structure by which the UK conducts current EU business, underpinned by the principle that the UK Government will fully involve the devolved administrations in developing UK policy positions on EU issues so that we can keep the Senedd informed appropriately.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch. Leader of the House, I mentioned in First Minister's questions that I attended the Pact 7 Growth Summit yesterday at the Celtic Manor, which is looking at ways of building on the changes such as the abolition of the 7 bridge tolls later in the year. Would it be possible to have a statement from the Welsh Government on how you also intend, as a government, to work to develop the economy of South East Wales in the light of these changes, and also look at the cross-border issues that the First Minister mentioned as well? It is important, I think, that we do as much as we can in the light of these changes to develop the economy of this part of Wales moving across the border. Secondly, I'm currently sponsoring an exhibition of commemorative First World War quilts in the Pierhead building. Some of you might have seen them already. There are two of them. They're stunning. They've been created, sewn and embroidered by school children from 5 schools in my constituency, and they really are worth a look. They've been made to commemorate the 100 years since the end of the First World War, and we are now, it doesn't seem that long since we were commemorating the start of the Great War, we now are commemorating the end of it. So I make a plea to Assembly members, if you haven't yet so, for the rest of this week to go and have a look at those quilts, but also if the Welsh Government could clarify exactly how you intend for us to commemorate the end of the Great War. It clearly was a very significant and important part of history, and one that many people from Wales lost their lives in, and I think it's important we have some guidance on where we're going in terms of commemorating the end of that conflict.
Yes, 2 very important points. So in terms of the seven growth area, as I said to Mohammed Ashgar earlier, we are in. There are a number of meetings around it. It's a very important point. The Cabinet Secretary, I know, has a number of issues outstanding there, and he's in discussion. He will be updating the Assembly as he goes along with those discussions. If the member has anything very specific that came out of the conference that he was able to attend, it would be really useful to know what those specific points are in order to be able to address them. In terms of the commemorative quilts, I am hoping to get across to that as well. I think that's such a brilliant initiative, and commend the member on having sponsored it. I haven't been able to get over there yet, but I really hope to. It's a really good way of doing it. We will be bringing forward some commemorative events and so on in due course, because the member is absolutely right. A large number of people from Wales fought bravely, and some lost their lives, of course, in the Great War, and it's very important that we commemorate both of those people, but also that we teach our youngsters about the effects of such a global war and the ramifications both at home and abroad of such things. So I'm very grateful to the member for having raised such an important issue.
Vicky Howells.
Leader of the House, I'd like to request an update from the Welsh Government on the financial inclusion strategy for Wales. I've recently received a very useful report from my local Citizens Advice Bureau on the effects of the closure of the last bank in town on the community of Mountain Ash. As Aberdeen is also being affected by closures, with 3 large banks closing in the last year, including the Co-op Bank, which announced its closure just last week. I think this is a timely opportunity for us to reflect on the strategy, as many other communities I know are experiencing exactly the same, but also allow us to consider the most appropriate interventions to ensure all members of our community can access those banking services formerly available on local high streets.
Yes, the member raises an extremely important point. We are promoting financial inclusion. It's very much a key priority for the Welsh Government, and of course Bethan Jenkins is very instrumental in bringing that issue forward as well. We're working very hard with partner organisations through the Financial Inclusion Steering Group to take forward the wide range of actions in the delivery plan, and we will be reporting back on progress in the next few months. In terms of bank closures, the member's absolutely right. We've all been discussing bank closures in our own constituency and areas and regions. And we've had a large number of us have raised issues with local bank managers when banks have been earmarked for closure. It's really disappointing, some of the responses that you get about the affected communities and so on. It's worth pointing out that Post Office Counters does provide banking services in some areas, so certainly in my own constituency and in the other 2 Gower and Swansea East constituencies, we've had some meetings that have been very useful together about how to deal with that, but we continue to be very disappointed about it. One of the things that we're also doing is trying to make sure that our digital inclusion plan includes banking online, especially for older people who might be excluded from the online services that are being used largely to replace the high street services. I don't suggest for one single minute that they are a proper replacement, and I know the member's been pushing hard to keep some of the banks open in her areas, we all have. But it is important that where the services are being reduced, people can actually properly it doesn't help the small businesses who want to be able to bank cash and so on. which is a huge issue. There's also an issue about ATM closures, which I don't know if the member knows, but there's an issue about the amount of money that people are paid to run an ATM and how that might be situated. So we are having a look at that to see if there's anything we can do to assist in that regard as well in terms of ATM availability, because there are plenty of places across Wales where you're now having to travel quite a long way just to get cash as well, which is a big problem. So thank the member very much for highlighting that important point. And we are in some discussion about how we can ameliorate some of the effects of those closures.
Darren Miller.
Can I call for two statements from the Leader of the House? The first from the Cabinet Secretary for Health on emergency department performance across Wales. The latest figures, of course, are very, very poor indeed, and unfortunately, yet again, the Health Board, which is currently being run by the Welsh Government, is the worst performing of all of the health boards in Wales against the 4-hour target. In fact, you've just got a 4 in 10 chance of waiting or of being in and out of that department in over the 4-hour target, which is clearly unacceptable for the many hundreds of patients in my constituency and in others in North Wales who are having to endure those over long periods in very busy emergency departments. So I think it is necessary that we have a statement on emergency department performance, particularly given the situation, the crisis which appears to be developing in some of our hospitals. Can I also call for a statement, probably from you actually, as the Minister responsible for faith communities? I heard, obviously, your comments regarding Holocaust Memorial Day. I had the privilege of attending a Holocaust Memorial event in Llandudno over the weekend and listened to Dr. Martin Stern, a Holocaust survivor, and he shared a very powerful and moving story and gave an account of his experiences during the Holocaust and those of his family. And obviously Holocaust survivors are becoming fewer and fewer in number. And I'm particularly interested, Cabinet Secretary, in what work the Welsh Government is doing to expose as many young people as possible to those first-hand accounts from Holocaust survivors, while we still have people with us able to share first-hand stories. I know that the Welsh Government's done some good work on this in the past in terms of supporting young people to visit places like Auschwitz, and to take part in Holocaust memorial events. But there's nothing like meeting a Holocaust survivor, hearing their first-hand account to actually transform people's thinking on the Holocaust and to tackle the growing problem that we have across the world with Holocaust denial.
Yes, in terms of the health statement, the Cabinet Secretary is going to bring forward a statement on the NHS over the winter period, and I'm sure it will encompass some of the issues that you've raised, and he's nodding at me that it will, so he'll be doing that in the next few weeks. In terms of faith communities and the Holocaust Memorial issue, I completely agree with the member that there's nothing like the first-hand account. But actually, sometimes in my own constituency, for example, the daughter of one of the Holocaust survivors, who has herself given on many occasions powerful testimony, who's subsequently sadly passed on, the daughter is a very powerful advocate, if you like, for what her mother went through and has clearly been brought up in that knowledge. So there are ways of passing the knowledge on. But I completely agree with you that it's essential that we make sure that everybody understands what happened and why it happened and how we must make sure that it never happens again. I haven't considered bringing a statement forward, but I will consider what we can do to make sure that we do hold that in the forefront of our minds. There are a number of activities planned, and I'd be very happy to update the Senedd either by a statement or in some other fashion when we've got those set out.
Julie Morgan.
Diolch. Leader of the House, I had two issues I wanted to raise. Last week I helped launch a comic book aimed at 5 and 6-year-olds to encourage more of them, particularly girls, a subject I know close to the Cabinet Secretary's heart, to study science, called Ada's Adventures in Science. And this idea came from my constituent, Dr. Edward Gomez, who's a lecturer at Cardiff University. Would it be possible to have a statement about what more can be done to plug the gap that Wales has in terms of the numbers of young people going on to study STEM subjects, particularly at A-level, as there is a big drop-off after GCSEs, and to take up science-based careers. And that was the first one. The second one was on Saturday I held an event in my constituency to encourage people to take up cycling for everyday journeys, short journeys. We had an absolutely fantastic response from the community, and lots of issues came up, such as car-free cycle routes, places to shower when you get into your place of work. And of course in Cardiff we're having two big employers moving to the centre of Cardiff, HMRC and the BBC. And hopefully many of those staff will cycle. So could we have a statement about what the Welsh Government could do to encourage employers to promote cycling to work and to provide facilities for cyclists, such as bike parking and showers?
Yes, in terms of the first question that Julie Morgan asked, I've met with Dr. Edward Gomez as well, and he's a very enthusiastic astrophysicist. The comic books are fantastic, and I will be discussing with the Cabinet Secretary for Education how we can make better use of such facilities, either in person or through Hub, which is now out to about 70% of Welsh schools. I had a very enthusiastic meeting with him about how we might take that forward, and they are indeed a brilliant resource. And the member's absolutely right. We've got to find a way of getting more children interested in that kind of science career, especially girls. And we have a range of things in place. But Dr. Gomez is particularly great at enthusing younger children and making a really complex subject completely transparent and really interesting. So I thought his approach to it was really excellent, and I certainly will be taking that forward with the Cabinet Secretary for Education. I'm still chairing the Women in STEM board for the Welsh Government as well, so we will be looking at it there in terms of how we might enthuse girls in some of the more theoretical science subjects as well. He's a very interesting person for those of you who may not have met him. Well worth a conversation. In terms of the active travel stuff, that's actually really important, and the whole issue about cycling as a means of transport as opposed to for recreational use is extremely important. And the member raises really good points about preparedness of large organisations in terms of both facilities to park your bike securely and also to change and so on and be ready for work. We're working very hard with local authorities across Wales to improve active travel through capital investment funding, and the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport will be making an announcement in due course about the outcome of some of those conversations and that investment, with exactly the point that the member raises in point. This is not about cycling because it's fun, it's about cycling as a means of getting from one place to the other in a healthy and sustainable way, and it's particularly important in our big cities that we encourage that in terms of the air quality debate that we've been having recently as well. I just wanted to raise one other point, which is that there's a real issue around disability for cycling as well. I have a marvellous organisation, my own constituency of the Llawydd will indulge me, called Bikeability. There's really excellent facilities for people with physical disabilities who can also get active on their bicycle. And it's important that employers take that into account as well when they're designing the schemes.
Susie Davis. Diolch, Llywydd. Leader of the House, so you probably picked up some of the media coverage today about the Older People Commissioner's concerns about the experience of people living in care homes some years after her original recommendations. And while she was making some very positive remarks about the legislation that has been brought in since then, and also the parliamentary review into health and social care, she did say that some very basic things like continence management and I can't remember what else it was now. Oh, falls prevention, that was right, were being missed. I'm wondering if we could have an update on progress from the government, on progress against all the recommendations, but with specific focus on the ones that have been missed. Lovely, thank you.
Yes, the Minister's here to hear that. He was also, I heard him on Radio Wales this morning alongside the Older People's Commissioner, had quite a good debate on the subject. He's indicating to me that within 28 days we'll be bringing something forward in response. So, thank you.
Neil McAvoy.
Llywydd, Leader of the Chamber, on the 22nd of March 2016, after the terrible terrorist attack in Brussels, the First Minister stated he would like to express his sympathy and solidarity with the Belgian people. He went on to say that the scourge of terrorism must be opposed everywhere and we must resist the threat to our way of life. I raise that statement today because it clearly shows a precedent for this government addressing foreign affairs. And I'd like a statement from the government on the brutal attack against the Kurds and others in Afrin in northern Syria. The Kurds have done all they can to fight the threat of terrorism that they face in Syria, and they've shown time and time again that they are Wales's allies in the Middle East, and over 100 people were outside the Assembly today. The Kurds have a right to live in peace, and this Assembly is the elected voice of the people of Wales. Will you make a statement from the government to condemn the Turkish state terrorism in Syria and Kurdistan, and will you urge the UK government to do everything it can diplomatically to put an end to the violence?
Well, the member raises a very important point, but he is very well aware that we don't have foreign affairs devolved to us. The First Minister made a sympathy statement for the people of Belgium. I'm sure he would do something similar for everybody across the world who's affected by terrorism. The member's made his point very eloquently, and I'm sure the Assembly's heard it.
Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Lewis. Leader of the House, last week the Cabinet Secretary for Finance gave a response to the urgent question regarding the collapse of Carillion. Many members in this chamber would echo the passionate way in which the Cabinet Secretary highlighted the weakness in the government procurement policy, the UK government procurement policy, that's contributed to the current mess that the public sector now largely has to deal with. Can I ask the Leader of the House if the Cabinet Secretary for Finance would bring forward a more detailed statement on the lessons to be learned from the insolvency of Carillion, especially the lessons that we can learn here in Wales about how we procure services, and scope which may exist for restoring some democratic control via direct labour organisations or by cooperative models of working? And can I also ask that the failure of Carillion is examined to teach us more about the risks of such large-scale procurement activities and how it could lead us to reflect on the procurement work that we currently undertake? I think the whole Assembly would benefit from debating such a statement and perhaps build a renewed consensus on the way forward so that we can benefit both Welsh businesses and Welsh taxpayers.
Well, thank you for that very important point. The Cabinet Secretary did indeed make his points very passionately about the reason why we don't outsource public services and the effects of outsourcing into the private sector, unintended effects that can bring. Unfortunately, here in Wales, we have not had the exposure to Carillion that have happened elsewhere in public services. The Cabinet Secretary is undertaking a review of procurement processes throughout the Welsh Government at the moment, and I'm sure he'll be reporting that back to the Assembly and taking these matters into account as part of that when he does so.
Finally, David Rees.
Leader of the House, about 12 months ago, the then Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children actually indicated that he was withdrawing Communities First funding from NSA Avon due to an audit report that he had received. And he went on to say that he was further financial investigation would be undertaken. We've yet to hear anything since that date, and I understand it's now been transferred to the Cabinet Secretary for Finance. Can we have a statement from the Welsh Government indicating where progress is in relation to that investigation? Because NSA Avon obviously has many activities going on in my constituency, and they operate many community centres which would struggle if the NSA Avon had difficulties. On the second point, it's been raised before in this chamber about the situation of the flood zone on the site where the Baglan prison will be built. This weekend, as Simon Thomas has pointed out, heavy rain has come. We have seen floods all over the place, including on that particular site. And it's not just due to the heavy rain on one day. It shows that the water levels and the water table are high, and as such, they need to be addressed. Now, we understand the flood zone was moved from C2 to C1 because of a scheduled NRW reassessment. I understand that. But based upon the events of the weekend, it's clear that another assessment needs to take place. It's been called for before. Can we have a statement from the Minister of Environment to say how the assessments are done and when they can be redone based upon circumstances?
Yes, in terms of the first point, yes, I understand that's now with the police, and so we won't be commenting further on that. I think the member's taking it up shortly in his own constituency. I'm sure he'll be able to keep us informed as to how that meeting goes, and we can make sure that the matter progresses. In terms of the floods and the assessment of that, the Cabinet Secretary was fortunately here to hear your point on that, and I'm sure she'll take it into account in her discussions about reassessment on flood risk. Floods have been raised a number of times in this chamber today, and it's a matter close to our hearts, so I'm sure she'll be considering that over the next few weeks.
Thank you very much. Item 3 on the agenda this afternoon is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services, progress on the new treatment fund, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services to introduce the statement. Vaughan Gethin.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Last year, I launched the Welsh Government's £80 million new treatment fund. This was, of course, a key pledge to the people of Wales at the last Assembly election. My statement today highlights how the new treatment fund has delivered faster, more consistent access to new medicines. It marks a highly successful first full operational year of the fund. This substantial new investment in NHS Wales demonstrates the Welsh Government's commitment to ensuring that patients receive the latest recommended treatments quickly, no matter where they live in Wales. The underpinning principle of the new treatment fund is that all medicines recommended by the National Institute for Healthcare Excellence, or NICE, and the All Wales Medicine Strategy, or the AWMSG, must be made available to patients where clinically appropriate no later than 2 months from the publication of the recommendation. And this represents a 1/3 reduction in the required implementation timescale. A positive recommendation by NICE or the AWMSG is a confirmation that the medicine has passed a rigorous test of both clinical and cost effectiveness. The clinical benefits of the medicine are in balance with the cost that the manufacturer will charge to the NHS. And this ensures good value for money for the public and, of course, our NHS. The new treatment fund is providing health boards in Wales with £16 million a year to support that faster and more consistent access. And to date, £28 million has been provided to health boards and Velindre NHS Trust to support the faster introduction of over 80 new medicines. These medicines have, of course, been approved by NICE or the AWMSG to treat a wide range of diseases. The list and scope of the therapeutic areas covered are too long for me to list here, but it includes medicines from a wide variety of treatments, including arthritis, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, asthma and rare conditions like Fabry disease. Just over 40% of the medicines recommended are for the treatment of various cancers. 30 of the recommended medicines were identified at appraisal as offering patients a new, more effective treatment option or addressing an unmet clinical need. These included new treatments for cancer, a serious sight-threatening disease, life-threatening genetic disorders, and chronic lung disease. These illustrate the breadth and scope of the new treatment fund. They also highlight the importance that the Welsh Government has placed on ensuring rapid access to all recommended medicines for all conditions. And that is not the approach taken across our border in England. All of the diseases or conditions that I have just mentioned have a very real impact on the quality of life for the individual and their loved ones. And that is why in Wales we ensure that the new treatment fund treats all diseases equally and does not prioritise the funding of one disease over another. The full list of recommended medicines is published on the AWMSG's website and a link has been provided for members. I expect full compliance to now be sustained over the 5-year period of the fund. In practical terms, this means all medicines recommended must be available no later than 2 months after the AWMSG or NICE recommendation is published. When I reported on initial progress in July, I advised there had been some variation in the availability of a few medicines recommended during the first few months of the fund. Since those early variation issues, I am pleased to report that our NHS has made rapid and much more consistent progress. Before the introduction of the new treatment fund, health boards were expected to make recommended medicines available no later than 3 months or 90 days from the NICE or AWMSG published decision. In the first 6 months of launching the new treatment fund, we have reduced the time taken to make medicines available by 81%. In real terms, that meant the average time taken for health boards across Wales to make medicines available 17 days in the first 6 months of the new treatment fund. We've now seen even further improvements during the second 6 months of the fund. The time taken to make medicine available has now dropped to an average of 10 days across Wales. That represents an almost 90% reduction in access times across Wales. And the 2-month timeframe is the latest date by which a medicine should become available to prescribe where clinically appropriate. Our goal is to make these medicines available as soon as possible. I'm pleased to report that nearly 83% of recommended medicines were made available across Wales within 30 days. I welcome, of course, the effort and the achievement of our NHS in making our commitment a reality for patients across Wales. Chief Executives and Chairs of Health Boards are clear that the expectation is that they will continue to deliver consistent and sustained full compliance with the requirements of the New Treatment Fund. The citizens of Wales deserve nothing less. I will, of course, continue to scrutinise health boards and trust performance in delivering their obligations under the Treatment Fund and hold Chief Executives and Chairs to account for delivery. Making new medicines available to patients often requires detailed infrastructure and care pathway planning, and that can be financially challenging, particularly in the first 12 months. The New Treatment Fund is designed to support health boards prepare sustainable plans for the introduction of new medicines. And safety is, of course, a paramount consideration when introducing each new medicine. That can mean changes are necessary to the way in which clinical services operate. For example, there may be a need for additional or different monitoring of patients to be introduced. Patients may need testing, for example, for their clinical suitability. Understanding all of the requirements to introduce a medicine safely and effectively at an early stage is essential and central to fast and sustained access. Since I launched the fund in January last year, I've talked consistently about the need for the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry and NHS Wales to work more closely together on this agenda. And the Association for the British Pharmaceutical Industry, Cymru Wales, continue to be supportive of our approach on the medicines agenda, and in particular, the principles of our New Treatment Fund. And I welcome the work that they are doing with NHS Wales stakeholders to improve the level and timing of information provided by manufacturers on new medicines. Strengthening financial forecasting and infrastructure planning makes absolute sense to everyone. The industry benefit when their products are adopted more quickly, and most importantly, patients benefit from faster access. The establishment of the New Treatment Fund is an explicit objective in the Welsh Government's National Strategy Prosperity for All. In the first full year that the New Treatment Fund has been in operation, we have substantially shortened the time taken to make medicines available by 85%. We pledged the people of Wales that our New Treatment Fund would deliver faster, more consistent access to new life-changing medicines for all conditions. We've kept our promise, and every part of Wales is now seeing the benefits.
Thank you. Angela Byrne.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And Cabinet Secretary, thank you very much indeed for your statement. I'm delighted that the New Treatment Fund appears to be doing so well. It must be horrendous to be somebody who has some dreadful condition that is in dire need of innovative and radical treatments, and to have the worry of whether or not you can access it through your health board. And this seems to be filling a gap in the planning process, and I truly do welcome it. I do have a couple of questions which I'll ask you in the spirit of perhaps you being able to follow up at a later stage and ensure that we are really getting the absolute best out of this fund. I note that the reports by the All Wales Medicine Strategy Group and the New Treatment Fund show that in the last 12 months, the number of recommended medicines has dropped from 24 with 8 superseded medicines in 2016 to 21 medicines with 2 superseded in 2017. Cabinet Secretary, would you please outline the reasons for this? Is it that in order to access medicines faster, the number of medicines in the New Treatment Fund is being curtailed? Or is it more that once in the system, that medicine goes off the books and subsequently there's an expected hope that candidate treatments for the fund will dwindle to much smaller numbers? And is this the thinking behind making the true New Treatment Fund a 5-year programme? Cabinet Secretary, you say in your statement that £60 million a year supports faster and more consistent access. It would be interesting, though, to see the patient and access data to determine how widely the health boards are using the newly available medicines. The most basic information on access data provided last time was that all health boards were taking on the 17 newly available medicines, but in terms of patient reach, there was no detail. And I think that that would really help our understanding to ensure that we do have consistent access for all people throughout Wales, no matter where they happen to live in our country. Finally, Cabinet Secretary, given the commitment to anticipate the licensing and adoption of innovative treatments, are you confident that health boards are able to horizon scan effectively, thereby improving infrastructure planning so that new innovations are maximised to the fullest extent and that appropriate support services are also in place? Because I did note in your comments about the ABPI. However,
For example, a case in point concerns the new drugs to treat hepatitis C, which have been made available through the new treatment fund. Very, very welcome by patients and lobbyists alike. However, given that elimination of hepatitis C is the avowed aim, and given no hepatitis C strategy is in place, simply renewed guidance, should part of the adoption of innovations such as, and I do hope I pronounced this right, glicapavir be part of such a strategy? Because this ties back to my earlier question about patient access. Some people are very hard to reach, but with these new drugs, we can make astonishing strides in improving the quality of people's lives. But it's not just the drug alone. In the case of something like the Hep C drug, you actually need the support services, the counselling, the outreach and the lifestyle changes to really make that significant difference. The drug is only a part of it. So I wondered if you could just comment on that as well. Thank you.
On that last point about hepatitis C elimination, I think it's actually about the availability of the drugs. We're really fortunate in Wales to have a national strategy, and within the clinical community, the group of clinicians are very proud of having a national approach. Just because a centre is in Cardiff, it is a genuinely national approach that people buy into. And to be fair, clinicians across the border think we got it right as well. It's one of the stories you don't often hear about, but actually people in England are looking at what we've done, how we've done that and why. And actually it's not been a significant cost increase. But the point about elimination isn't so much about the drugs that are now available. It's really about reaching the harder to reach people who don't always engage in services. So we recognise the reservoir of people still suffering with hepatitis C are people who are less likely to engage in health services per se. So it actually is about the outreach part of it rather than the innovation and the new drugs. And I'm pleased to hear you're welcome for the approach we're taking on approved medicines and an evidence-led approach. There's no curtailing of new medicines that the new treatment fund is actually delivering or suggesting. Actually, it's really about how and when medicines are developed. So it's about the industry-led development. That goes into, I think, I'll deal with your next point about horizon scanning. And that's some of the things that we've actually managed to deliver an improvement in practical relationships. I've met with the ABPI Cymru to have a conversation with them about the industry's approach, and I've made clear that actually we needed to see better engagement with the healthcare system in Wales. And so actually there have been better conversations and relations between industry about making available earlier information on those medicines that are likely or more likely to get to the point of coming to market and going to an appraisal process to give health boards an earlier opportunity to plan for their potential implementation. In fact, that's one of the points the ABPI themselves make in their press release today, which welcomes the fund's establishment, and indeed that particular point about being able to work together in a more grown-up way with the health service. And again, it points to the fact about having an evidence-led approach, and then particularly welcome the fact that this fund covers all conditions as opposed to just one parcel of conditions being covered in funding and access on a faster and more consistent basis. And in terms of how wide usage is, now, the point about having the new treatment fund available is that the treatments are available where they're clinically appropriate. And it's then down to a proper decision made between a healthcare professional and their patient about what's available. So of the 82 medicines available, my understanding is that approximately 4,000 people in Wales have benefited from that faster access. So I'm more than happy to return either to the Chamber or to committee in the future about the numbers of medicines and the spread and the reach of the new treatment fund as we have more data available. I'm more than happy to make that available to members and the wider public.
Thank you. Rhys Iorwerth.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
That people are finding it easier now to get drugs that they are entitled to is to be welcomed. But a word of background, you may recall that in 2014, Plaid Cymru announced a policy of seeking a new treatment fund that was specifically designed to fund the drugs obtained through IPFR requests, and I'm very pleased that we are a step forward now as a result of an agreement between the Government and Plaid Cymru of having exceptionality removed, and I'm pleased that that has happened. And Labour then in 2006 announced its own new treatments fund, which wasn't the same, and we were of the view, and it is important to point this out, that we shouldn't really need a fund to make LHB do things that they ought to have been doing legally anyway, as welcome as additional funds are. So a first question to you. In the media this morning, it's been reported that previously officials suggested it could take more than 100 days for an approved medicine to be rolled out. Is that an admission that the previous ministerial guidance that treatments should be available within 3 months following approval was being ignored? And yes, there is additional funding through the New Treatments Fund for LHBs to pay for treatments, but it's worth asking this also. Do you think that there's a risk that as a result of this policy, LHBs will expect extra funds to implement other ministerial directions that they ought legally be adhering to anyway? Moving on to what you refer to as sustainable plans for the introduction of new medicines, perhaps you could elaborate a little bit on that. Namely, how are you ensuring that this planning does take place and that patients aren't left in a position of a drug not being available in future? And finally, it's a point I've raised on a number of occasions in the past, it isn't always just medicines that improve outcomes for patients. Other health technologies, sometimes even simple changes to guidance in how medicines are used can make a difference to patients. Increased awareness even of a condition can lead to better outcomes, and there are barriers here to uptake the uptake of best practice across the NHS. For example, a lack of time for continuous professional development. Is this something that you would look at addressing also?
I'm out to deal with your last point first. I recently launched Health Technology Wales, which is a way of looking at non-medicines, to look at technology within the health service and for its more rapid adoption. We have a range of different ways in which we try to do that in the past. The Efficiency Through Technology programme has had a good record of having a range of things at pace and scale across our service. There's more of that to come in the broad approach. We take the Health Technology Wales as a way to appraise new technology and to give us an understanding of what we should then do and how we should try and see that delivered across the service. And I'll have more to say on Health Technology Wales as we've got a longer period of time to understand its having come into being and then its impact across the whole health and care system. And of course, that is one of the challenges set to us by the parliamentary review and how we deliver more innovation at pace and at scale. There's something here about the New Treatment Fund, and it's worth reminding all of us that politics is a business where we should have some principles and some values and beliefs, but it's also ultimately a practical business. And I make no apology at all for recognising where we were, where some recommended medicines were not being introduced as fast or as consistently as they should have been. And we could either have said, we'll go after health boards and look to discipline people and go after them. We could say, how do we make sure that we get this faster and more rapid access? We've taken a decision to actually do a number of things, and the New Treatment Fund is obviously part of that. It's also been part of changing the way that health boards plan for new medicines to come into place. Part of the reason I found it difficult was actually the ability to make financial choice in the first year of a new treatment being introduced. Actually, after that first year, it's much easier then to continue delivering within a budgetary framework. So this is recognising the pinch point at the start of a new medicine becoming available, and it's also why my point that I raised in response to Angela Burns about the improved relationship with the industry itself is really important for us too. All of those things matter in what we've done, and I'm delighted that the pledge that we made to the people of Wales has been kept. This was a manifesto pledge my party made, and it's a good thing that we're able to say that there are times politicians really do keep their pledges. And indeed, we kept our pledge on the agreement we reached with Plaid Cymru, but also the cross-party engagement on the IPFR review as well. So we're making real progress in these areas, and I hope that in broader health service reform and the opportunities to make a difference, we can continue some of that grown-up politics approach to doing that.
Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. As I said when you unveiled it, the New Treatment Fund is a most welcome addition to the NHS, as it can speed up access to vital treatments for all patients and not simply people suffering with a cancer diagnosis. I welcome the news that some medicines have just taken 17 days to become available under the New Treatments Fund, and this is wonderful news for patients. However, as with all such schemes, the devil is in the detail. Delivery never quite matches design. Not all local health boards are as efficient in introducing new treatments. and I welcome the steps that you have taken to monitor compliance. Cabinet Secretary, can you update us on how all of the local health boards are complying with the requirement to make treatments available within the required timescale? I welcome the fact that 82 new drugs have now been made available under the scheme, treating everything from arthritis to acromegaly. I must confess I had to look at that condition, but it is great news that people who suffer from this debilitating hormonal disorder can now get treatment in Wales. And this highlights the massive improvements the New Treatments Fund is on the Cancer Drugs Fund in England. This scheme can benefit all patients in Wales, as well as those suffering from cancer. I would be grateful, Cabinet Secretary, if you could outline how many patients have benefited from the fund in the last 12 months. Of course, the New Treatment Fund only supports the introduction of new treatments for the first 12 months. Health boards must accommodate ongoing treatment within their existing budgets. So, Cabinet Secretary, can you update us on how health boards are planning to accommodate the additional expenditure of these new treatments during the coming financial year? I also welcome the news that your government continues to work with the pharmaceutical industry and that you are working with ABPI Cymru on the New Treatments Fund. I would be grateful, Cabinet Secretary, if you could outline the work being undertaken to improve horizon scanning within the NHS so that we are better prepared to maximise the benefits of future treatments. Finally, Cabinet Secretary, this is a treatments fund, and while I greatly welcome 82 new medicines, the fund is not limited to pharmaceutical interventions. So can we look forward to the fund being used to introduce new therapeutic interventions in the next 12 months? I welcome your statement, Cabinet Secretary, and the news that patients in Wales can get early access to better treatments, sometimes just days after approval. I look forward to working with you over the next 12 months to ensure that these new treatments are available to every patient who needs them, regardless of where they live in Wales.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the series of points in question. I'll try to be as brief as possible, including those points that I think I've tried to answer in previous questions. I welcome the recognition of all three other parties in the Chamber that the New Treatment Fund has delivered a significant improvement in access. It was in the first 6 months the average time was 17 days. Just to point out, it's in the second 6 months has come down to 10 days on average for new treatments to be made available. As I said to Angela Burns, of the 82 medicines that have been made available through with the New Treatment Fund coming to being, we think that's benefited around 4,000 patients. And I also pointed out in response to Rena Yodworth, this is really about understanding the challenge that we knew existed in within the first 12 months of planning for and delivering new medicines. And thereafter, health boards have actually got a much better track record of managing within their resource budgets for drugs. I also made clear in my response to Angela Burns, at least I tried to, that horizon scanning has improved, and the ABPI statement themselves has recognised that, and that's work to continue building on as well. I don't think that's simply a done deal. I also want to make clear to Rena Yodworth that Health Technology Wales is there to help us in understanding how we take advantage of new non-medicines treatment as well. But in terms of your point about compliance, there's a monthly monitoring system. My officials, together with the All Wales Therapeutics and Toxicology Centre, monitor how quickly health boards are putting new treatments onto their formulary to make them available for clinicians to prescribe. That's an area that we'll continue to look at to see if that compliance is being maintained throughout the fund. That's a very clear expectation that I have and that the government has, that the New Treatment Fund is not just here to deliver in its first year, but sort of throughout the term of this government.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Move on to a statement by the Cabinet Secretary.
I welcome this opportunity today to update you on a number of developments with Transport for Wales. Transport for Wales was established in 2015 as a wholly owned, not-for-profit company to provide support and expertise to the Welsh Government in connection with transport projects in Wales. My aspiration, however, for Transport for Wales is that it should develop and take on a much wider range of transport functions, similar in nature to the operations of Transport for London. Traditionally, different modes of transport have been considered distinctly with separate policy, separate funding and separate providers. And whilst this reflects arguably how the industry operates, it does not reflect the way that people think about their journeys. When planning their commute to work or a long-distance trip, people think about the cost, the convenience and complexity of the entire door-to-door journey. To maintain and improve services in a changing world and with challenging priorities, there is a need to consider innovative delivery arrangements for transport functions, including those that could generate external income streams. Taking Wales forward, Prosperity for All and the Economic Action Plan identify the need to drive a step change in the way we understand, the way that we plan and the way that we use and invest in transport here in Wales. Together with the improved devolved settlement offered through the Wales Act, the Welsh Government will put in place a framework for the delivery of transport services that can improve network quality, frequency, reliability and punctuality, and provide more integrated and reduced carbon public transport. Utilising the new powers for rail that are also being devolved, we can now more than ever ensure that people are central to transport policies here in Wales so that we can deliver a safe, efficient, cost-effective and sustainable transport system for the benefit of the whole of the country. The Economic Action Plan commits that Transport for Wales will work with the Welsh Government's new regional teams, the emerging regional transport authorities and partners to create an integrated public transport network covering the rail and bus networks. Following the successful model of acquisition of Cardiff Airport, our aim is that the public transport network will be increasingly directly owned or operated by Transport for Wales. For the first time, we have committed to a 5-year programme of transport capital funding through Transport for Wales for both transport maintenance and new projects. This will ensure that these projects will be delivered in the most efficient and effective way, and with a headline target of driving 15 to 20% efficiencies across the 5-year investment portfolio for new projects, which means we can make our funding deliver even more. This will also enable the construction supply chain to invest with confidence in the future in terms of both capital and skills. Furthermore, wherever an acceptable business case can be made, the Economic Action Plan commits that the Welsh Government will seek to consolidate current supply arrangements directly into Transport for Wales. And in relation to the new Wales and Borders rail service, we have made significant progress with the UK Government since last summer. The Secretary of State for Transport and I have discussed and reached agreement on the way forward on a number of issues, and I'm pleased that officials are making good progress. Chief among these issues was the financial implication of a complicated devolution context for rail. Discussions between officials, including from Her Majesty's Treasury, continue, and the process for transferring the Core Valleys Lines railway asset is taking shape. The agreed programme of activity has led to the procurement process for the new service continuing at pace and in line with our plans. Arriva Rail Wales withdrew from the bidding process back in October. As was stated at the time, it is not uncommon for bidders for major projects to withdraw during the tender process, and Arriva were clear that their withdrawal was due to their own commercial reasons. The recent Carillion issue has been discussed in this chamber, and I issued a written statement on January the 17th. Transport for Wales has received 3 bids to operate and develop the next Wales and Borders rail service and metro on 21st of December of last year, and they'll be continuing to evaluate these bids over the coming months. By the end of May this year, our process will culminate with the award of the first rail services contract made here in Wales. This follows intensive evaluation that the contract fully captures the quality service and commitments offered at final tender. Both the Welsh Government and Transport for Wales are geared up to deliver against these dates, allowing proper time to transition to a new operator and a new way of operating through Transport for Wales in October. However, it must be remembered that until the full transfer of powers has taken place, we will still require the timely approval of the UK Government to allow us to both reach preferred bidder stage and to award the contract. The UK Government plans to lay an order in the UK Parliament shortly to transfer rail functions to the Welsh ministers, and as a fallback, we have also agreed an approach to put further legal agency agreements in place to enable us to award, manage and deliver the next Wales and Borders Rail service. It remains imperative that the UK Government works at pace with us to deliver against the agreed programme. Transport for Wales will shortly begin the process of appointing infrastructure development partners that will work with the operator and development partner to deliver areas such as station improvements, electrification and signalling for the South Wales Metro. Transport for Wales is working closely with Business Wales to make opportunities available to local SMEs and third sector enterprises. They've already hosted a number of well-attended awareness events relating specifically to the IDP procurement, most recently in Wrexham earlier this month. This is one illustration of how Transport for Wales is entering a new stage of mobilisation to allow it to proactively manage both the new rail service and the different metro schemes. James Price is in post as Chief Executive Officer, bringing over 15 years of experience of operating and delivering at a senior level. In addition, we have recently appointed independent non-executive directors, Martin Dorchester and Nick Gregg, to the team, addressing recommendations that have been made by the Auditor General for Wales. Martin Dorchester is an experienced executive, having been Group CEO of one of the largest logistics companies in Scotland. And Nick Gregg has been appointed as Chair of the Transport for Wales Board, initially for a period of 12 months. Nick has the skills required to be a highly successful Chair and brings extensive business experience to the Board. Transport for Wales will shortly advertise for 2 further independent non-executive directors to join the board, and this will ensure a diversity of experience and views in decision-making. I am mindful of the need to make sure that Transport for Wales can deliver effectively for the whole of Wales, and following my announcement last month of the intention to set up a Transport for Wales business unit in North Wales, I have now instructed Transport for Wales to bring forward proposals for a North Wales office, and I expect this to be delivered at pace too. Meanwhile, in South Wales, good progress is being made towards the construction of the Transport for Wales offices in Pontypridd, led by from the Cynon Taf County Borough Council, with whom we continue to work very closely. And looking ahead, once the new operator and development partner has been appointed, we will enter a period of mobilisation for the new service. Transport for Wales will work with the successful bidder to help ensure a seamless transition from the current franchise to new arrangements in the interests of passengers and staff. The travelling public should see no disruption to services in October when the new ODP takes over. Then, over the coming months and years, Transport for Wales, working with the operator and development partner, will transform the transport network, putting the passenger at the centre of their plans.
Thank you. Russell George.
Jock, Deputy Presiding Officer, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement this afternoon? And of course, Transport for Wales is currently managing the procurement of the new Wales and Border Rail franchise. And the oversight of this awarding of this contract will, I would argue, is the most important transport-related project managed by the Welsh Government to date. Now, going forward, the Cabinet Secretary has outlined an ambitious expansion of the work of Transport for Wales, as he's outlined in Prosperity for All, the Economic Action Plan. Now, I would support the expansion of Transport for Wales. Over time, there are, I think, some immediate serious questions that need to be asked regarding the current level of capacity that Transport for Wales has at its disposal. Now, I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary would agree with this, but without the right capacity and skills, Transport for Wales, of course, runs a real serious risk of not being able to effectively manage its current remit nor any expanded role. So in that guise, can I ask the Cabinet Secretary to perhaps outline some of the staffing capacity, how many current full-time employees does Transport for Wales currently employ, how many of these individuals currently have full-time contracts, and what the level is of external and consultants working and employed by Transport for Wales. I wonder if you could also expand on your plans for the workforce going forward of Transport for Wales. What timescales have you got linked to additional staff coming in to Transport for Wales, and do you expect this expansion to take place in the coming months ahead as well? You've also mentioned that the Chair of Transport for Wales, Nick Gregg, has been appointed for an initial 12-month basis. Can you commit to a pre-appointment hearing prior to Mr Gregg or any other candidate being made a permanent Chair of Transport for Wales, perhaps via a committee of this Assembly? And finally, public confidence, of course, in Transport for Wales is absolutely essential if the organisation is to succeed going forward. Now, just prior to you standing up to give your statement, I did a Google search of Transport for Wales and notice direct contact details now on the government's website to Transport for Wales, which wasn't previously there. So I'd be grateful if you could perhaps detail and provide some confirmation that this is now, or Transport for Wales does now have a public-facing function, which it didn't have previously. And perhaps you could also confirm whether the contact for Assembly members is via yourself, or can the Assembly members contact Transport for Wales staff directly and meet with them directly, rather than, of course, going through yourself?
Can I thank Russell George for his comments and for his questions, and I'll deal with that final question first. I've actually asked today for Transport for Wales officials to offer a briefing session to Assembly members and a familiarity session as well, so that you're able to make direct contact with individuals responsible for various areas of delivery within the organisation. It is now public-facing with the logo. The staffing element of Transport for Wales is building up. The whole design of Transport for Wales is being delivered with the intention of offering full agility and flexibility in order to scale up, or indeed to scale down, to meet project needs. The workforce within Transport for Wales should be demand-led, and this will include the recruitment of skills that are necessary from the marketplace quickly, rapidly, and it will be an incredible resource for Welsh Government to call on. The way that we've configured Transport for Wales provides the opportunity for Welsh ministers to take a bespoke approach to the transfer of control and risk, depending on the specific project, the specific expertise that's required, the timescales, and also the desired outcome. And I very much welcome the members' support for the idea of expanding out the role and remit of Transport for Wales in the years to come. A business case is actually being developed right now to determine what opportunities Transport for Wales could offer Welsh ministers in delivering transport infrastructure and services, including the cost benefits to the taxpayer in our country. This might include bus services, it could include rail services, the construction of capital transport improvements for walking and for cycling. It could include capital projects for rail and, of course, for roads as well. It might also, though, include branding and marketing of services. And I know from my time on the backbenches that this was very much something that passengers would value. There is a plethora of transport service providers, all with their distinct logos, websites, information pages. Transport for Wales could offer a single brand and a single point of contact and resource, and I think that would be something that passengers across the length and breadth of Wales would welcome. And in terms of the contract for the franchise, it is huge, as the member says. It's the biggest procurement project that the Welsh Government has entered into since devolution, and it requires a top team of skilled executives. James Price brings with him immense experience and intelligence, and he will be backed by a board that is skilled and experienced. The member is right. Nicholas Gregg has been appointed to begin with for 1 year in order to allow the recruitment process for a new chair to be completed in a timely fashion. Now, whilst appointments to the Transport for Wales board are not regulated public appointments under the Code of Governance, given the profile of Transport for Wales, the Welsh Government has decided that it would be appropriate that the recruitment process and materials comply with the Public Appointments Code of Governance.
Thank you. Adam Price.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. For his statement. In it, you said that the UK Government plans to lay an order to transfer rail franchising functions to Welsh ministers shortly. Could you say a little bit about how shortly is shortly, and the fallback that you refer to if those functions are not transferred? Under which circumstances can you envisage that having to be utilised? Is it the circumstance in which you're not able to reach final agreement on some of the issues that you refer to in your statement, where work is ongoing, and indeed some of the further issues that were covered in the UK Transport Secretary's letter to you in August? And could you give a bit more, shine a bit more light on how far away are you from reaching agreement? You've said you've reached an agreement on a way forward, which can mean a number of things. But specifically, has an agreement been reached with the UK Government as to who will be responsible for the Section 30 operator of last resort? Have you reached an agreement on the quantum of funding that you referred to in your statement, around which there's been some disagreement with the UK Government, or the means by which that figure can be worked out? Have you reached agreement over a protocol of how the Welsh Government will exercise powers over English railway stations served by the franchise? And finally, you mentioned the fact that your aspiration is that Transport for Wales will be responsible for as much as possible of the public transport infrastructure as a public sector body. Could you say what specific representations the Welsh Government have made to amend the Railways Act 1993, which has been amended in the case of Scotland, giving them powers to have a public sector franchise operator in effect? That hasn't happened in Wales. Have you made specific representations in that regard to the UK Government?
Can I thank the member for his questions and say at the outset, yeah, we've been absolutely consistent in calling for amendments to the Railways Act to be made. I believe it was also part of the UK Labour Party's manifesto that would enable us to see public bodies bid for current franchise opportunities and future franchise opportunities as well. That call, or that consistent demand by the government, has been rejected, but we continue to press for the Act to be amended. Constructive discussions have taken place on a whole raft of measures that need to be agreed prior to the functions order being laid. The UK Government has delayed tabling that order in a timely fashion, but we have been assured that that will take place by May, following the agreements that are due to be completed next month on the funding of the franchise and also on the transfer of power over the assets. This will include a whole range of agreements that had previously been acting as a stumbling block for progress to be made, but progress, as I say, is being made in a timely fashion now. In terms of cross-border services, this is something that I'm particularly keen to ensure can be resolved amicably, and I and the Secretary of State have been able to agree on ways that will ensure that passengers on the English side of the border have equal treatment and an equal experience in terms of the journeys that they take on the trains in the next franchise, so that nobody is left disadvantaged under the next franchise. This is something that is particularly relevant given the massive train journeys that take place in and out of Wales on a cross-border basis. I would happily bring forward, after the discussions with UK Government have concluded in February, the affordability issues presented as a result of the outcome of the discussions that are taking place. We have engaged UK Treasury. We've also engaged the Secretary of State for Wales in our discussions, and I'm confident that by the end of the month, by the end of February, we will have concluded those discussions in a satisfactory manner.
Cabinet Secretary, thank you for the statement, hopefully the first of many more. Transport for Wales, of course, is very tied up, not just with the rail franchise, but also with the Metro. In fact, the two very much go hand in hand. Can I, first of all, welcome the basing of Transport for Wales in Pontypridd, the partnership between Welsh Government and Rhondda Cynon Taf Council, already being a significant catalyst for the regeneration of the area. Also, the proposals that may lead to jobs, training and apprenticeships with regard to the maintenance of rolling stock at a place like Taftswell, and also the development and Welsh Government funding for apprenticeships in Coleg y Cymoedd related to railway engineering. But can I say from your report, the number of things I'd like you to consider that concern me to some extent. One is the 5-year capital funding that's referred to. If you could perhaps provide a bit more detail about that, because this is obviously an area of considerable concern. Secondly, the area of 15 to 20% efficiencies, precisely what that means. We know when the Tories talk about efficiencies, they're talking about cuts. What exactly do we mean by 15 to 20% efficiencies? Thirdly, Chris Grayling has basically told us that not only are we not going to have the electrification of the Valleys line and the line to Swansea, but we should be jolly well glad that we're not having, because it's actually going to be so much better without electrification. What are the implications for that in terms of the planning and the 5-year capital programme, because of the issues to do with trains and the types of train stock that we were going to have? And perhaps my fourth point is really this. An essential part of all this is the extension of the lines, extension into areas, breaking the stranglehold of traffic, enabling the development of public transport and people to travel across, around, through the valleys, wherever, without going on the roads. And of course, I've raised with you many times the issue of the railway line from Craigie to Llantrisant and the importance of that, yet still have very little clarity about where that may fit within the capital programme, and in fact, whether it be this phase, whether it be the next phase or whatever. And I think the point is that there is growing interest about the whole importance of this to the development of the economy and South Wales societies, for my constituency is concerned, Taff Ely. But there is a need for much greater clarity. When are we going to be able to receive that clarity and that sort of detail that people want to see?
Thank you, and can I thank Mick Anthony for various questions and for the fact that he's welcomed the siting of the headquarters of Transport for Wales in Pontypridd. The member is absolutely right. There is huge potential for the headquarters of Transport for Wales to act as a catalyst for regeneration in Pontypridd, just as interventions did so in Merthyr. I see the basing of Transport for Wales in Pontypridd as something of a magnet for other businesses and other investments to be drawn into the community. And I'm pleased that we're making very good progress with the local authority, who I must congratulate in their proactive way of working with Welsh Government and with other stakeholders in the development of this particular site. There's no doubt that in order to develop an economy, you have to have the right infrastructure in place. You also have the right availability of skills and also the right form of support at a regional basis for economic development. And through the Economic Action Plan, through the creation of Transport for Wales, through unprecedented investment in transport and through an employability plan being delivered by my colleagues in government, I'm sure and confident that we are addressing those key three needs of the economy. In terms of the 5-year budget, I'm more than happy to share with members the independent report that was commissioned by UK government in 2011, which looked into this, and it concluded that creating certainty of funding over a period of 5 years and developing long-term plans for roads through a 5-year budget commitment, savings of 15 to 20% could be achieved. So moving to a 5-year budget makes sense, but it is also a significant step. It won't happen overnight, and we need to be clear that savings will only be deliverable on new and not already contracted schemes. Now, in terms of the actual quantum that could be saved, taking the 2018-19 draft published budget figures for transport capital over the next 3 years as an average annual spend over a 10-year period, that could amount to something in the region of £630 million. Huge saving that can then lead to greater investment in the improvement of our transport infrastructure and service delivery. But as I say, I'm more than happy to be able to provide that report to members so that they can scrutinise exactly how such significant savings can be achieved. In terms of electrification, well, the case for electrification to Swansea was made in combination with the case for electrifying the Valleys lines. It happened back when David Cameron was Prime Minister in 2014, and the terms of this agreement included the UK government funding the full cost of electrification through to Swansea, providing £125 million of the Valleys Lines Electrification and Modernisation Scheme, and in return, the Welsh Government took responsibility for the Valley Lines schemes. Now, the agreement gave the Welsh Government the ability to optimise the Valleys Lines Modernisation Scheme in line with the Treasury Green Book. And at the time, the mainline electrification investment using a wholly electric train fleet was assessed to be a more cost-effective option than procuring a mixed fleet of electric and bi-mode trains. The wholly electric fleet also, of course, provided some significant environmental benefits. Now, my concern with the abandoning of electrification of the mainline project through to Swansea is not just that it will leave passengers potentially worse off than could have been expected with electrification, it also presents a reputational risk for Swansea itself. Many of the world's most advanced economies take for granted electrification of their rail services, and yet this is something that will be denied along South Wales. We are now focused as a government on ensuring that the schemes outlined by the Secretary of State and to which he is committed are developed in the wake of the cancellation of electrification, and that they are developed in a timely fashion. They include, of course, improving journey times between Cardiff and Swansea, and also between South Wales, Bristol and London. It includes commitments that are being given to the Swansea area in terms of rail and station improvements, and also improving journey times and connections right across North Wales. We expect UK government, having abandoned electrification of the South Wales mainline, not to abandon any of the commitments that the government has since signed up to.
Thank you. David Rowlands.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for this full and comprehensive statement? And I take this opportunity to acknowledge May of this year will certainly be an historic date when the first ever contract with a Made in Wales label will be awarded. Your vision, Cabinet Secretary, the Transport for Wales to take on the similar role as London Transport is one that I fully support. The London Transport model is held up as being an efficient and cost-effective way of delivering a modern transport system, and it is comforting to know that the Cabinet Secretary is willing to look at and implement best practice wherever it occurs. One question arises from following the award of the rail contract, and that is what sort of delay does the Cabinet Secretary envisage in appointing the ODP, and following on from that, the IDPs who will work with the ODP to deliver the substantial infrastructure upgrades and improvements which will be needed to deliver the transport system envisaged in the Welsh Government plans. The Cabinet Secretary mentions using local SMEs for the delivery of as much of the services and infrastructure as possible, and I welcome the fact that consultation is already underway with companies who wish to engage in the process. But is the Cabinet Secretary confident that the necessary skills and competencies are present in local industry? As Adam Price has alluded to earlier, you mentioned that there are still ongoing negotiations with the UK Government on the transfer of full powers to Wales, and I am sure all the members in this chamber will join me in calling on the Department for Transport to facilitate this transfer as a matter of utmost urgency. Finally, Cabinet Secretary, it is extremely gratifying to see the holistic approach you are taking in delivering the fully integrated transport system Wales so desperately needs.
Can I thank David Rowlands for his comments and questions? David is absolutely right. Very soon we'll be seeing a Made in Wales stamp on Aston Martins. We'll see a Made in Wales stamp on TVRs. We'll see a Made in Wales stamp on the rail network, and potentially, in the longer term, on a fully integrated public transport network across our country. There'll be no delay in appointing the ODP, and work is already taking place involving Business Wales advisors with potential IDPs to ensure that the length and breadth of Wales, small and medium-sized companies have the ability and the capacity and the skills to be able to secure important, in many cases, vital projects as part of the next franchise. This is a huge programme in terms of the capital spend that will be invested in the South Wales Metro, and that will also be invested across the Wales and Borders network, and of course in the development of the North East Wales Metro. And I'm determined to make sure that Business Wales advisors don't just give support in terms of how to win contracts, but also give support in ensuring that small businesses have the right people with the right skills employed to be able to deliver projects that will be transformative for the public transport network. It's absolutely essential that Welsh Government works with businesses, with stakeholders, with the ODP, and I also believe with local government at a regional level to develop a transport network and to develop an integrated transport system that benefits not just individuals, but also businesses across the length and breadth of Wales.
We have had speakers from all of the parties now, so the next set of speakers, if I can ask you for a very brief introduction to your one question. Thank you. John Griffiths.
Diolch, Deputy Cabinet Secretary, you will be aware that there are many issues in terms of rail services around Newport. Commuters are often on grossly overcrowded trains travelling to Bristol, for example. There are issues of people being asked to stand in toilets to allow more people to get on, people fainting, people being left on the platforms, issues of unreliability and indeed affordability. Prices have gone up substantially by, I think, around a third over 10 years without a commensurate improvement in quality of service, and understandably people are often very annoyed, if not demoralised. And groups like the Severn Tunnel Action Group and those campaigning for a Magor station have conducted surveys that clearly demonstrate that level of passenger dissatisfaction and lack of quality in the services they experience. So with that sort of context, Cabinet Secretary, I know many people are very much hoping that the new Wales and Border franchise will include those cross-border services, for example, to Bristol. And they would very much like to hear from you that you will continue to press UK Government for the inclusion of those services in the franchise, and also to hear from you that if that inclusion does take place, these issues of overcrowding, of unreliability, of affordability will be addressed and effectively addressed in that new Wales and Border franchise.
Can I thank John Griffiths for his comments and his questions? It's remiss of me not to say that we will also soon have the Made in Wales stamp on CAF trains, just as we have the Made in Wales stamp on Airbus wings, on Raytheon products. We will have Made in Wales stamped all over trains, planes and automobiles for the global market very soon. I think that's important in developing an identity of Wales as a place where high-value manufacturing is taken very seriously. It's unacceptable to have crowding to such a degree that we are witnessing at the moment on the train network. It is absolutely appalling at peak hours, in particular on many services, on those already highlighted by John Griffiths, but on services that I'm sure many members in this chamber use on a daily or weekly basis. And during the next franchise, it's our determined position to ensure that quality improves, that punctuality improves, that the frequency of train journeys improves, that capacity most certainly improves noticeably, and that technological solutions also improve. Indeed, we are motivating and encouraging the bidders to utilise new and emerging technologies to ensure that passenger comfort is optimised. And in terms of those cross-border services that John Griffiths has highlighted, I noted recently that the Secretary of State believed that Welsh Government could take more control over those particular cross-border services. It's something that we have been asking for, and it's something that we would very much welcome in the short-term, medium-term and longer-term as we seek to improve noticeably rail services across Wales and on a cross-border basis.
Thank you. Mark Isherwood.
In your statement, you say Transport for Wales will work with Welsh Government's new regional teams, emerging transport regional authorities and partners to create an integrated transport network. In this context, you'll be aware the growth deal bid for North Wales was submitted a few days before Christmas, with negotiations due to commence with both Welsh Government and UK Government early this year. What, therefore, is the expected timescale for those negotiations? And given your instruction in your statement to Transport for Wales to bring forward proposals for a North Wales office, how do you respond to the growth bid's invitation to the Welsh Government to support the formation of a regional transport body to deliver strategic transport planning and projects in North Wales on a region-wide basis, with powers delegated to the body from local authorities and Welsh Government to allow it to operate in an executive capacity, with a regional transport fund of £150 million over 10 years, including the Welsh Government's existing £50 million for the North Wales Metro commitment. Would you also tell me why there's been no Welsh Government conversation with Bus Users Cymru regarding rail bus integration? And what is Transport for Wales doing regarding bus passenger representation, as well as engagement with sector providers? Clearly, you'll be aware of D. Jones and Co. Acrovia bus operators ceasing to operate just before Christmas, following the demise of GHA in 2016. Concerns were raised by Clear earlier regarding the impact on Wrexham Business or Industrial Park and employees not being able to get home between 5 and 6 in the evening. How, therefore, do you respond to concern raised with me, in writing by the lead member for Transport at Wrexham, but also by representatives of the Confederation of Bus Passenger Transport, Transport Cymru, Bus Users Cymru and Travelline Cymru, and the Welsh Local Government Association in the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee last week, that there have been no tangible actions or outcomes coming out from the Bus Summit in January 2016 and the workshops that followed. And finally, it's a question actually from a Flintshire resident constituent who travels cross-border, and in the context of cross-border provision, what action do you propose where the integrated conurbation of Deeside and Merseyside is only linked by, quote, an unlit single-lane trunk road, with the A550 road blocked or choked every day as people from North Wales travel between Deeside, Flintshire, North Wales and Wirral and Merseyside. Thank you.
Number of questions there, even though I only asked for one now, but never
yes,
mind.
A significant number of questions, but I'll try to address all of them. First of all, with regards to the growth bid, of course, we'll be scrutinising each of the proposals during the negotiation stage. I'd very much welcome, as I said in my statement, the creation of regional transport authorities to ensure that we've got integrated transport planned on a regional and, in the case of North Wales, on a cross-border basis. We've already established the North Wales and North East Wales Metro Steering Group, and it's developing a programme of work to bring together a package of interventions that reflect not just local but also regional improvements. The programme will also include cross-border improvements, and the focus will be on creating integrated transport hubs at key employment sites across North Wales and, of course, across the Mersey-Dee area. It's about better connectivity, not just within, but also to and from and between the hubs. In terms of Bus Users Cymru, I'm surprised that the member states that, given that we have regular dialogue with them and given that we've currently got a consultation taking place on bus transport, and we've had 2 consultations taking place in the past 12 months. A further consultation will be taking place this spring concerning the detailed proposals for future legislation. I very much look forward to Bus Users Cymru providing their input into that consultation. And in terms of the fragility of local bus services, the member must surely recognise that this is in no small part due to deregulation in 1986. And of course, it's absolutely vital that local authorities take their role and responsibility seriously. Unfortunately, and it appears that Wrexham Council, I believe, is run by independents and Conservatives, unfortunately has reduced their support for non-commercial bus services, I believe, to zero. That's in stark contrast to the £25 million that we, a Welsh Labour government, have maintained over many years. In addition, I made available £300,000 for the region, for North East Wales, to be able to deal with the collapse of GHA and the fragility of the local bus network. It's for those 3 local authorities, Denbighshire, Wrexham and Flintshire, to work together to ensure that bus services are given the support by local authorities, collectively and individually, to ensure that communities are served by them. And in terms of the summit that took place last year, one of the main benefits of that summit was the introduction, formed part of the 5-point plan, the introduction of bus companies, particularly those small and vulnerable bus companies, to Business Wales advisors and support services. And as a consequence of that, a number of companies have been given practical advice on how to weather the storm of austerity and fragility within the deregulated system. But longer term, that deregulated system has to be addressed, and it will be through legislation, and we'll be consulting on that in the coming months. And I was surprised to hear also criticism of a lack of investment in cross-border roads in North East Wales, given our commitment to over £200 million on the Flintshire corridor, which offers one of the most important arteries a significant upgrade and will relieve congestion between Flintshire and the Wirral.
Jenny Rathbone.
What is it about the UK government that it makes it so difficult for them to come up with timely decisions in relation to Wales? I don't expect you to answer that, but the Welsh government and Transport for Wales are geared up for this, but the UK government has yet to transfer the powers to enable us to award the preferred bidder status and agree the contract, and still have a new service seamlessly transferred by October. I'm interested in the fact that you talk about station improvements, electrification and signalling for the South Wales Metro, but I'm more keen to hear about trams, light rail and integrated ticketing, which seems to me the key issues, rather than getting ourselves in too much of a knot around electrification of the Valley's lines. We need to have much more effective solutions that produce the outcomes that we need. I wonder if you could say about that.
Yeah, I've taken a great degree of interest in Mersey Travel schemes, the way that they integrate ticketing and ensure that there is a very transparent and sure way of paying for services. Transport for Wales is going to be tasked with ensuring that there is integrated ticketing and affordable, accessible transport for all, and a fares regime that is also fair. I would agree with the rhetorical question, on the basis of the rhetorical question, that UK Government does indeed appear to be struggling to support many parts of Wales in terms of rail infrastructure. We've only enjoyed something in the region of 1 to 1.5% of investment in the Wales and Borders route in the previous Assembly term, and that's in spite of it amounting to more than 5% of the overall UK network. We've also seen UK Government fail to date to support Swansea Lagoon, electrification, and I must say that I'm only glad that they're not in charge of Swansea FC, because if they were, I don't think there'd be any hope of them staying up in the Premiership.
Thank you. Lee Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and in deference to you, I will be brief and ask just one question. I'm pleased to see in the statement that you say Transport for Wales will be looking at the whole journey door-to-door. I presume that therefore includes active travel as those key links at either end of the journey. So can you confirm that is the intention, because it's not mentioned in the statement? And if that is the case, will you make sure that the skills and capacity within Transport for Wales exists to be able to take action on active travel? Because that is palpably missing at both central and local government level at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, can I thank Lee Waters for his question and say yes, potentially active travel would fall within Transport for Wales, but it would also require additional skills in order to make sure that active travel solutions are fit for purpose and also take account of the door-to-door nature of many journeys that people take.
Thank you. Finally, Vicky Howells.
Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, I welcome your comments about people being central to the delivery of transport policy. And in my constituency, there is a debate as to whether bus or train links would best serve one local community under any future metro scheme. What mechanisms will be built in for community consultation so that services can be shaped to meet the needs and demands of local people?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the bidders have all been invited to offer the best solutions, not just in terms of value for money, but the best solutions in terms of being able to connect communities and connect employment hubs. And those solutions could combine different forms of travel, but it's essential that as the design of the metro commences, that communities and stakeholders do form part of a partnership approach so that the solutions that are eventually determined are those that are supported by the people that are eventually going to be using the services.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Cabinet Secretary. Move on to item 5, which is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs on the food and drink industry. And I call on Leslie Griffiths as the Cabinet Secretary to introduce the statement.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Our Welsh food and drink industry continues to go from strength to strength. Since our last address plenary in November 2016, the industry's sales turnover has increased strongly from £6.1 billion to £6.9 billion. We stand on the threshold of the £7 billion target of Towards Sustainable Growth, the Food and Drink Action Plan set in 2014 to be reached by 2020. This is tremendous progress. It reflects the hard work and effort by businesses across Wales, large and small. It is a result for forward-thinking strategy and for the determined action to see it through. It is an outcome founded on partnership, working directly with businesses, our expert food technology centres and the Food and Drink Wales Industry Board. Over the last 12 months, there have been many successes. Blas Cymru Taste Wales was Wales's first international trade event. It put Wales on the map in our aspiration to be a food nation. Business generated is projected to reach over £22 million. Blas Cymru Taste Wales will become our signature showcase event in bringing Wales to the world and also the world to Wales, with the next event planned for March 2019. Last November, we held a celebration of our Great Taste Awards winners and our protected food name products. Yet again, the industry has done extremely well, with 165 Great Taste winners at the 2017 UK Awards. Our tally of protected food name products has risen to 14, with 6 having gained this European status in 2017. Protected food names are an internationally recognised badge of authenticity and originality. Collectively, these winners are building our reputation and brand, placing us on a global stage. Our successes are built on focused direction and support, which is creating confidence and providing the means for businesses to do more. Our business support packages have invested in innovation, in marketing and in our people. Investment approved through the Food Business Investment Scheme now stands at nearly £30 million approved for 34 expanding businesses. Project Helix is encouraging a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, and supported with an investment of £21 million, practical support is delivering new products and processes to meet market demand and maximise value. Our Business Cluster programme revolves around 6 key clusters and special interest groups, involving 410 businesses actively engaged in important business areas of the Food and Drink Action Plan. As common interest groups, clusters are a powerful engine for driving growth, opening new opportunities, adding value and creating stronger supply chains. However, this is not just about the numbers. Food is about people, their health and well-being. At the grassroots, the Cabinet Secretary for Education has provided £500,000 to support a school holiday anti-hunger initiative for primary schools. At the strategic level, work is starting on an obesity strategy for Wales. Of course, Brexit remains a huge challenge. We must embrace change in mindset, processes and structures. Brexit is causing a worrying level of uncertainty about what the next few years will bring. The Welsh Government has voiced strong concerns about the UK Government's stance. The wrong decisions and a poor Brexit deal will have long-lasting and far-reaching consequences. I am facing the challenge and responding by increasing the pace and intensity of the Welsh Government's effort and support. I have allocated an additional £2.8 million investment for a fit-for-market sector readiness programme and essential preparation to deliver new initiatives and to expand the support initiatives already underway. This new investment will support and help to future-proof the Food and Drink Action Plan and support the skills needed by our people. In the autumn, I attended Invest in Skills, Invest in Growth, the first Welsh Food and Drink Skills Conference. I listened to what the industry was telling me, and it's loud and clear. It has significant skill gaps, which Brexit could make worse by the uncertainty faced by our valued EU migrant workers. My message is clear to them. We value your contribution and we want you to stay in Wales. I announced the need to develop an employability and skills plan for the industry, and the board will be inviting discussion on draft measures at a follow-up conference next month. A strong international presence is central to raising our profile and realises our vision to position Wales as a food nation, capable of supplying the UK and international markets. At Anuga, Cologne's Global Food and Drink Trade Fair, I announced an additional £1.5 million for our red meat agency partner, Hubby Keek Cymru, to deliver an enhanced export development programme, specifically for market access in new markets and defending the current position. Although exports grew to £436 million in 2016, our most important market is the UK, where we trade the greatest level of production. Brexit requires a significant realignment of food industry supply chains. We will build on import opportunities and seek to substitute Welsh food and drink products. We are working with retailers and food service businesses, the Wales Retail Consortium and Food and Drink Wales Industry Board to make this happen. The interest in our wonderful Welsh food and drink has never been greater. The quality, service and originality of the Welsh offer are recognised across the world. We know consumer interest in Welsh products is increasing across the UK, with people perceiving the inherent value of Welshness. We will build on these values to support Brand Wales. We stand at the halfway point of Towards Sustainable Growth, our increasingly successful action plan to 2020, and close to reaching our headline target. Wales's food and drink industry is a huge asset. It contributes increasingly to our economy and is now rightly recognised as a foundation sector with priority status in Prosperity for All, in the Welsh Government's new action plan for the economy. It generates wealth and strengthens the economy regionally and nationally. It creates jobs and careers where skills matter. It adds value to our agricultural produce, and it brings prestige to our nation with a growing profile and reputation throughout the world. Through continued focus on what works and through an internal and external readiness for Brexit, we will be fully fit for market with industry structures that are optimal for performance. I have every confidence we will continue to succeed, and with leadership and good skills support, to make the best of Brexit and deliver for Wales.
Thank you. Paul Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement this afternoon. This statement is particularly timely as this morning I hosted the annual FUW Farmers Breakfast in the Pierhead, which gave members a great opportunity to sample a hearty Welsh breakfast and to discuss some of the opportunities and challenges facing the Welsh food and drink sector. Now, we on this side of the chamber share the Cabinet Secretary's ambition to grow the sector by 30% by 2020, and it's great to see in today's statement that the sector has continued to grow. Of course, that also means that as Britain prepares to leave the European Union, it's absolutely crucial that governments at all levels are working together to prioritise our food and drink industry and ensure that our domestic market remains strong. I appreciate that the Welsh Government has been reviewing its export support for Welsh food and drink businesses, but perhaps the Cabinet Secretary could provide us with some more detail on the Welsh Government's work in this area, both in the short and longer term, so that we can better understand the Government's strategic objectives. It's crucial that Welsh producers reach new markets, and today's statement references Blas Cymru, which has been a success. However, I'd be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary could provide a bit more detail on how Blas Cymru has identified technological advances in the food and drink industry and bridged together Welsh businesses with academic institutions and research providers. Now, I'm sure that all members will agree that it's important that more can and should be done to promote Welsh produce, not just abroad but here at home too, given that our most important market is the UK. Indeed, research conducted by Food and Drink Wales showed that the value of Welshness is growing and that more and more people across Wales would prefer to buy more Welsh products but are hampered by availability. In light of the recent Value of Welshness report, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm what new approaches are being considered to ensure Welsh produce is made more available to domestic consumers? And could you also tell us what discussions the Welsh Government has had with supermarkets and retailers about ways in which they could help promote Welsh produce more locally? Now, one of the Food and Drink Action Plan's key actions is to address the skills gaps across the food supply chain through devising and revising the current training and skills programme. Now, today's statement refers to an employability and skills plan for the industry, and I note the Cabinet Secretary will be inviting discussion on draft measures at a follow-up conference next month. As the Cabinet Secretary is already aware, I've long supported the need to demonstrate measurable outcomes in this area, and so perhaps she will now commit to publishing job creation statistics alongside the publication of this particular plan. Now, it's essential that all parts of Wales are receiving funding for food and drink projects and that funding isn't consolidated to certain parts of Wales. Projects and producers from all corners of Wales must feel supported by the Welsh Government, and so therefore will the Cabinet Secretary commit to publishing the amount of Welsh Government funding that has been allocated to the food and drink industry by local authority, so that members can be confident that all funding streams are transparent and that all parts of Wales are receiving their fair share of any Welsh Government funding. I'm pleased that today's statement recognises that a strong food strategy is integral to the Welsh Government's public health objectives and that the Cabinet Secretary for Education has provided additional funds in this particular area. It's crucial that the Welsh Government develops a healthy lifestyle eating culture in schools, including projects around the growing, preparing and cooking of food, as well as learning about balancing diet and exercise. Therefore, I'd be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary could tell us a bit more about the actions that have been taken to meet this particular objective, so that we can better understand the Welsh Government's progress in this area. And finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm delighted that the Food and Drink Plan proposed that a food festival association should be developed, and I hope that in responding to this, the Cabinet Secretary will outline more about the specific action and update us on the work of the Food Festival Association. Therefore, in closing, can I once again thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement, and I look forward to hearing more about the Welsh Government's plans to protect the sustainability of the Welsh food and drink sector in both the short term and longer term. Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Paul Davis, for the series of questions. And I was very pleased to speak at the FUW breakfast this morning that Paul referred to that he'd sponsored. Unfortunately, I didn't get any breakfast, but that's quite often an issue when you go to these events and you're whizzed past all the food. But it was very good to see so many people there enjoying, Welsh produce absolutely at its finest, and linking our agricultural sector with our food and drink, which I think unfortunately sometimes gets lost in translation. You're quite right that very ambitious target. I remember sitting in Cabinet when my predecessor, Alan Davis, announced this target of increasing our food and drink industry to £7 billion by 2020, and thinking, we would never achieve that. So to have achieved, I'm sure when the 2017 data comes out, we will have certainly achieved that. But to get to £6.9 billion by 2016 is a tremendous accomplishment. And as I say, it's down to the hard work of so many of our businesses. You referred to export support, and certainly the challenges of Brexit mean we need to look at new markets, and that's why we've put significant funding into export programmes, for instance, and encouraging our companies to look at it. I just wanted to give some recent figures around export, because it does show that Welsh food and drink exports have increased by almost 20%, from £264 million in 2015 to £337 million in 2015, and that's up to 2016. 72% of our exports go to the European Union. So you can see how much uncertainty is being created and why we need to look for new markets. That actually compares to a 9.5% increase for the UK as a whole, so you can see how successful we are being in Wales. And I mentioned that I'd given further funding of £1.5 million to Hubby Keep Cymru that I announced back in October at Anuga in Cologne to develop an enhanced export development programme. And certainly my first discussions with HCC is that, I've told them I want them to be as ambitious as possible to meet that. But it would be great if they could exceed it, and I hope that they will. You referred to Blas Cymru, and that was a great success. And again, my predecessor, Carl Sargent, that was his idea to bring the world to Wales. And I think it exceeded all our expectations. And I know up to now we've had an increase of £7 million extra business from it. But again, it's hoped that we could get up to possibly £22 million. So I would have liked to have done one every year, but it is a huge event. So we're going to do it now in March of next year. And again, it will be a much bigger event. You talked about the value of Welshness, and I think that's a really pertinent point. And certainly I have had discussions with many supermarkets, and if you go to somewhere like Morrison's, for instance, you see the Blas Cymru from your own constituency, and you see people searching out that label. And I think we need to look to all our supermarkets to make sure they increase it. And as I say, I have had discussions with I can't think of any supermarket that I haven't had a discussion with, and they certainly feel more willing and able to take our produce. Skills is obviously a very important issue, and I mentioned the conference that the Food and Drink Industry Board held here in Cardiff in October, and the next one is in Llandudno, I think, next month, certainly up in North Wales. And they told me about the gaps, and it is a concern that if we aren't able to have EU migrants working in the way that they're currently doing, that those gaps won't be filled. So it is absolutely right that we need to ensure that our businesses are fully equipped with the right skills and training support. You asked me if I would publish job creation statistics, and certainly if I have those, I'd be very happy to do that. It might be on a whole Wales basis, but I'll certainly look to doing that. Funding is very important, and you're right, we can't just give different pockets of Wales the funding, but certainly, I travel all over Wales. I was up in North Wales. I visited 2 food companies last Thursday. One of them was Sugar and Spice, which many members will be aware of, cakes. And, they've had some funding from us. And then yesterday I was down in West Wales, visiting companies. So certainly I think it's there. Again, I'm not sure if we hold that information on a local authority basis, but certainly if we hold it on a region basis, I'll be very happy to do that. Public health is obviously very important, and you'll be aware that the Welsh Government is producing an obesity strategy. I think it's now going to be published next year in 2019. And clearly, if we can help our children eat healthy today, we obviously create healthy adults. So I think it's very important that we link in with public health. Food festivals, again, I think are a huge success, and I've been very fortunate to attend many right across Wales. The last one I think I attended was in Llangollen, in Ken Skates' constituency, but I know we have ensured again that funding is spread out right across Wales.
Thank you. Simon Thomas.
Diolch.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and may I also thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement, and note with thanks to everyone that the industry has been successful during the past year, and that progress is still being made towards the target in the food and drink plan. Now, I'd like to start by asking the Cabinet Secretary, where is she now in considering exiting the European Union on branding Welsh food, specifically from the point of view of the source of food, animal welfare and environmental standards? The statement mentioned PGI specifically, and we know how successful that has been in developing the export of lamb since that status was granted, and I'm sure she would agree that it's important to retain that status, but it's also important that Welsh food is recognised as Welsh food as we exit the European Union, rather than being draped in the Union Jack or being from somewhere ambiguous such as Britain. So retaining that Welsh brand is very important. So what specifically is she doing in that regard? And specifically, although she said she's having negotiations with the supermarkets, is she discussing this very point with the supermarkets, that post-Brexit Welsh branding will not just remain, but that supermarkets should embrace that and promote it? Although successes such as the events referred to by the Cabinet Secretary, I am one of those people who regrets the fact that we have lost the specific True Taste Awards, or something similar, something which recognised Welsh foods and celebrated it, and was a means of spreading best practice. And I'd also ask whether the Cabinet Secretary has any intention of reconsidering that aspect of marketing and branding, again, in the face of the challenges currently facing us. The Cabinet Secretary specifically mentioned the Helix scheme. I understand that this is a scheme for innovation, and I would appreciate if you could give us an example of the kind of event or the kind of innovation that's being promoted and supported by that particular programme. It's over £20 million, and I'd like to see how that's being spent. If I can just bring a few issues together, there's additional funding for Hybygki Cymru. There's the fact that the final budget will include a fund to respond to Brexit, and I just wanted to understand whether the Cabinet Secretary has sufficient resources now to deal with Brexit and to deal with the challenges emerging from that, and to help businesses, specifically those businesses who are exporting, to deal with interest rates which are changeable and possibilities in terms of problems in leaving the customs union. And is she confident that sufficient resources have been allocated in that regard? And what specifically is she asking Hybygki Cymru to do now? Because Hybygki Cymru does have very important functions in promoting the whole food sector, including lamb from the Welsh uplands and the smaller lambs particularly. I just want to finish with a question on school milk, because the Cabinet Secretary will have seen that some are questioning the continuation of the school milk scheme. It's a good way of getting school children familiar with the best of Welsh produce, and it's healthy and nutritious too. It's been supported by European funding and Welsh Government funding, but as we exit the European Union, we need to ask where that support will come from in the future and whether the government will continue to support the school milk programme, and I hope that she will be able to give us an assurance that that will remain for the future, whatever decisions is taken as we leave the European Union.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, and thank Simon Thomas for his list of questions also, and for welcoming the progress, the significant progress that we've made. I think you raise a very important point about Team Wales, Brand Wales, ensuring that people understand where the food is coming from, and certainly I'm having discussions around labelling. You'll be aware that even in a product you could have some imported ingredients also, so I think it is very important that labelling is very clear and that people understand what they did. And I saw a really disturbing sort of example at one of the summer fairs last year when a lady thought she'd bought bacon that was Welsh, but it actually wasn't. And when, you know, it had the dragon, but it also underneath had that, you know, this part of it wasn't all from Wales. And she was incredibly annoyed about it and came up to me and told me, you know, of her annoyance. So I think it is vital that we get it right, and maybe that's one of the opportunities that we can have coming out of Europe. You spoke about protected food names, and I mentioned in my opening remarks that the PFN family is growing rapidly, and I've been very pleased that even the ones that were in the pipeline, you know, the EU are treating them just as they would have done if we weren't exiting the EU, so I think it's very good. They're great selling points. I think certainly producers that I've spoken to think it's an advantage and a very unique selling point, and again, I think it's very important after we exit the EU, we aim to work with DEFRA to ensure the EU honour any schemes that are in the pipeline to their completion. Also, companies and food producers who have PFN at the moment, I think they want to retain it, and certainly there are examples of countries outside the EU having registered products, so I don't see that that's necessarily a barrier. So I think there is a strong precedent to negotiate in our continued part in the scheme. So those are discussions that are ongoing. You too mentioned about supermarkets ensuring that they continue to have that Welsh produce, and one of a big success I think has been Asda selling Welsh lamb, and again they piloted it in a few supermarkets, but they are looking to increase that number, and I think that will be obviously very beneficial for Welsh lamb. Blas Company certainly was very, very successful, and I know a few people have said to me that they weren't happy that True Taste Awards went. However, I have to say that most of the companies that I talked to, they really like the UK Great Taste Awards, but it's something that I'm very happy to consider going forward, having our own awards. You asked about Project Helix. So that's delivered by the 3 food centres of excellence, as you know, the 0 to 5 food industry, which is based at Cardiff Met, the Food Centre Wales at Horeb in Ceredigion, and the Food Technology Centre, which is based at Coleg Menai up in Llangefni. What Helix's mission is to stimulate that innovation and support new product development, which benefits obviously all our food and drink companies, and working together to meet their needs. So that work is ongoing. It was launched at Blas Cymru back in March. It had RDP funding of £21.2 million. So what it's doing, it's working with companies. They've engaged with over 400 food and drink businesses, and that figure is growing daily. And I'd be very happy to write to the members if you want a specific example of what it's doing. But it is expected over the lifetime of the scheme to generate about £100 million for the Welsh economy, and also safeguard thousands of jobs. You mentioned the funding that was announced by the First Minister, the EU sort of transition fund to help our businesses, and it's our Brexit Roundtable meeting yesterday in Aberystwyth. It was certainly welcomed. Many of our companies are very concerned about, you know, making sure that they're sustainable, and certainly the £50 million, and I'm looking at the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, that's the sort of initial funding. We are hoping there'll be more. You ask if I've got enough funding. Obviously, you've never got enough funding, have you? But I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary for Finance has heard my plea. But certainly, I think that that funding will really help companies prepare for Brexit, and they are telling us that that's what they want. So we'll wait to see, obviously, at the end if we require some more. You asked about Hubby Key Cymru, and I mentioned the extra funding that I announced for them. So they're going to develop and deliver an enhanced export development programme for Welsh red meat. I think it's very important that we seek to increase sales. Export sales will obviously be a key component of that. And I mentioned that I told them to be as ambitious as possible in meeting that, and if they could exceed it, that would be obviously beneficial for everybody. I can't see a time when we won't be bringing forward school milk, and certainly the farmers are telling me that it's very important that we continue to do that. I haven't had specific discussions, but I will make sure that I put that on the agenda.
Thank you. Mike Hedges.
Deputy Presiding Officer. I welcome the statement by the Cabinet Secretary. I think we should all welcome that since November 2016, the industry sales turnover has increased from 6.1 billion to 6.9 billion. And I think we should all be really pleased that we stand on the threshold of the 7 billion target towards sustainable growth, the Food and Drink Action Plan, set in 2014, to be reached by 2020, and it looks like we're going to reach it early. As the Cabinet Secretary is aware, the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee are carrying out an inquiry into food and drink in Wales at the moment. Part of it, I was talking to Welsh producers, both at the Royal Welsh and the National Eisteddfod. I was intrigued by how easy companies told me it was to get supermarkets to promote their Welsh products in all of Wales. Now, the difficulty, they said, was getting their products across the border. And this included companies which were based in Flintshire, who found it easier to get a supermarket to put it in their Welsh section in Swansea than they did to put it in their to put it in Chester and have a Welsh section in Chester. Has this issue been raised with the Cabinet Secretary? And if not, can perhaps the Cabinet Secretary talk to some people who process food to see, which is basic in Wales, to see if that is a general problem? I mean, as people know, I take a great interest in parts of Europe, such as Aarhus. I mean, Aarhus has three major food processors: Arla, Lurpak, and Castello. What would I find if I went to a supermarket in Denmark, which would be the Welsh equivalent? And I think if the answer is nothing, which I think it probably is, that's really our challenge, isn't it? One of the growth areas in food and drink has been microbreweries, such as West by 3 and Boss in Swansea East, as well as a small and growing independent brewery, such as Thomas Watkins, also in Swansea East, and Tiny Rebel in Newport. What support is the Welsh Government giving to this industry, which really has been a growth industry in the Welsh economy over the last 10 years?
Thank you, Mike Hedges, for those questions. I am absolutely convinced that we will certainly hit that target of £7 billion when we have the 2017 data, and then we'll certainly have to look at where we set the next target. You specifically mentioned Chester, and obviously my constituency borders onto Chester, so yes, I'm guessing that's why you mentioned it. I can't think of anybody that's actually raised that with me. I was quite disappointed to find when I came into Portfolio that we didn't actually have the statistics for produce that we export to England, for want of a better word, and I think it's something that we need to look at, because we certainly need to be ensuring that we do see an increase in our Welsh food and drink produce into England. I'm very well aware of the committees of which Mike Hedges is chair of the review, and I very much look forward to receiving the report. The food and drink agenda is very broad, but it's absolutely of fundamental importance to Wales, and that's why I was so pleased to see it as a priority in the become a foundation sector for our economy. And certainly I've had many discussions with my colleague Ken Skates around food tourism, for instance. I think there are gaps there that we can address going forward. Microbreweries, certainly I've been fortunate to visit a few myself. I visited Tiny Rebel in Newport, and they told me, a fantastic company started by a young couple, very innovative, and they certainly told me that they were very, not just grateful for the support they have, not just finance support, but the business advice from officials, and again, it's great to see them going from strength to strength.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I too welcome the statement by the Cabinet Secretary. It's a good news story, and I welcome the initiatives that the Government has taken to to increase the scope of Welsh branding and also the scope for exports of our products. The Cabinet Secretary once described herself to me as a glass half full rather than half empty person, and I'm glad to see, therefore, the note of optimism which suffuses the statement after the ritual reference to Brexit uncertainty and so on, but nevertheless looking forward to build on import opportunities and seek to substitute Welsh food and drink products, because we will have an opportunity to take advantage of the new freedoms which we'll have post-Brexit. In almost all sectors of agricultural produce, we, in the UK, because I haven't been able to find Welsh statistics, the Cabinet Secretary referred a moment ago to the need to refine the statistical base of our knowledge on Welsh production and sales. But in the UK as a whole, we are substantially in deficit on almost every area of agricultural production, in some cases substantially so. You know, imports of dairy products and eggs, for example, 2.8 million pound in imports compared with 1.2 million of exports. And in meat, again, it's 6.1. Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't read it all. But anyway, the upshot is that we export a lot less than we import, and therefore this does give us the opportunity to take advantage of extra sales. We're in the fortunate position that the world population is still rapidly growing, and those parts of the world, the countries which are most populous, like China and India, they're also becoming substantially more wealthy every year. So that means their tastes will go up market. And so the future for Welsh produce and exports must be in the high-end and quality sector, which is good news for us, because we produce top-quality food, and it's therefore just a question of marketing it in the global economy. And this applies even to markets for lamb, where we know that we will have a significant problem if there isn't a sensible trade deal with the EU. Even though the bulk of our imports are from New Zealand, not from other parts of the world, we still have a deficit, a trade deficit, even in lamb. So there are plenty of opportunities for us, I think, to make the case for greater exports. And when you consider that the value of exports, as stated here, was £436 million in 2016, in an economy worth about 60 billion, that's still a very small amount of money. So there must be a huge scope, I think, for Welsh farmers and food producers and processors to take advantage of a growing world economy, and a world economy which is becoming more and more prosperous. So I think all parties in this House wish the government well in the endeavours on which they're embarked. And although the world is always uncertain, no matter what our trading arrangements, and certainly farmers have known in the last 30 or 40 years huge convulsions even inside the EU, I think there's every cause for optimism that our brand is now recognised, the Welsh brand is recognised the world over, and even though there's a lot more to do, there is a substantial cause for optimism.
Thank the member for those questions, and I'm still managing to retain my half-glass full attitude in spite of all the uncertainties. And I think, you know, you say it's a ritual that I mention Brexit uncertainties, but I'm sure in your conversations as you go around your region, you know, the agricultural sector and food and drink producers must be telling you that unless we get the gentlest of Brexits, you know, there is a great deal of uncertainty. I think the one thing about the food and drink industry that's hit me is that kind of sense of energy and ambition that it has. And, you know, that is coupled with people's interest in our products, which has meant that we've been able to obviously get to our targets so much earlier than planned. And you are right, there are so many opportunities, and it is, I find, easy to sell. If you like, wherever I go, people are very interested in Welsh food. And you mentioned lamb in particular. And, you know, we are well known for our lamb, there's no doubt about it. But I think just even over the last year, people are starting to learn far much more about our products. You asked about exports, and you referred to exports and how we could be doing a lot more, and I don't disagree with that. And I think our attendance at places like Anuga, at Gulf Food in Dubai, at Sial in Paris is vitally important. You know, these are the world's largest food and drink events, and we have supported a significant Welsh presence at these events to ensure they get the opportunity to get that extra custom coming from overseas. And again, Hubby Keir Cymru, it's really important as an organisation. They are there, flying the flag for Welsh food and drink. We know that the Welsh red meat industry is particularly reliant on export markets to be able to achieve those premium prices. So strong overseas demand uplifts the farm gate prices and helps to balance supply and demand, and that then secures greater return for the supply chains. There are opportunities as we come out of Europe, of course, and it's vital that we get that. But at the moment, you know, we have unrestricted access to to 500 million potential customers, and Brexit does put that at risk. You know, you can't get away from that. So that freedom from discriminatory tariff and non-tariff barriers means our producers are able to export to other EU countries much easier. But I'm doing all I can to support the companies to reach out to new markets, and obviously in all my discussions, particularly with the UK government, you know, I can't reiterate often enough how a sensible trade deal is so important for our food and drink industry.
Thank you. Joyce Watson.
Dipro, and I want to welcome the report today, and it's fairly clear, you know, that the Welsh Government is supporting the food and drink industry in every which way that it can by promoting the product, the manufacturing, or supporting the staff. But I particularly want to ask you, Cabinet Secretary, whether we could do considerably more in promoting the Welsh food product and aligning it with reduced wastage in single-use plastic. Because I think that there is a huge appetite, pun intended, for reduced waste in food production. And I think the moment is now, and I think that we really need to seize it. There are initiatives happening to sell Wales as a country where we want to reduce waste. And one of those that is emerging is quite impressive, and that's in Aberporth in Ceredigion, where they are fairly determined to reduce all plastic in their food products, because the single-use waste of plastic resides mostly within the food industry. And I asked you, I think it was last week, a question on the opportunities that we might take because Japan is no longer going to take the huge amount of waste, and I think it was over 4,000 tonnes per year from Wales, in recyclable material. So here I see an opportunity where Wales could not only lead the way as it has in recycling, but also in taking that as an opportunity to link that with, as I've said, the real move towards reducing single-use plastic within the food industry. And I think, you know, that it would be hugely advantageous for everybody if you could somehow, when you're giving funds to promote food production, that you also at the same time offered some incentives to promote reduced packaging going forward, because we don't export everything that we produce. We consume considerable amounts here in Wales. And I really do feel that this is an opportunity that we ought to take here and now. And I think when we read about, and I'm sure people have here, about Ditch the Straw campaign, which is about ditching plastic straws, that was started and originated by a 9-year-old boy from the United States. Taking that forward, I think we could all do very well to follow that example. And finally, I think that it would be advantageous if you could use any influence whatsoever in supermarkets where they're selling Welsh produce, not to put out alongside the fresh produce single-use plastic bags, but maybe to think about offering paper bags that people could put those fresh produce in if they feel they have to, so therefore immediately helping put those two things alongside each other.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. Thank Joyce Watson for her very pertinent questions around the use of plastic and packaging. And I think you're right, the time is now. I think people are really interested in this. And obviously, with my colleague Hannah Blythen, the Minister for Environment, we will be bringing forward the waste strategy for Wales, looking at food waste reduction as well, because I think that's also, at the moment, I don't think people realise the amount of food that they throw out, and I think we've got an opportunity there to reduce the amount of food that we do waste. I think we have to. People are struggling financially. There are lots of opportunities to both minimise and prevent waste and save money. Work has begun to look at how food packaging waste can be reduced, and we do know that plastic in particular is a major problem. And I think we need to have that discussion with supermarkets around. I know exactly what you mean about the single-use plastic bags that are alongside produce to try and reduce the numbers that they use. The Plastic Straws Initiative is so simple, but it's so important. When I was out in Dubai last year at Gulf Food, I visited a factory that was making plastic straws, and it was horrific to see the number that were coming out. I mean, it was just incredible. So just, you know, small things like changing from plastic to paper, because we know, you know, people want to use straws, could save so much. So as I say, this is a piece of work that will be taken forward by the Minister for Environment, which I will obviously support her with, and I'm very happy to have conversations with her to try and reduce food waste as well, because I think it's really important that we do both side by side.
Thank you. David Melding.
Minister, following on from Joyce Watson's question, Julie, will the project Helix be used to provide small and medium-sized food manufacturers with wherewithal to change some of their processes? Because most of the examples people talk about so far have been done by the likes of Coca-Cola, Waitrose, Wetherspoons, Iceland, McDonald's, very large companies with the wherewithal to change quite quickly some of their processes and arrangements for packaging. And I do agree, we could market Wales as very eco-friendly in terms of its food and drink products. But I think some in the SME sector will need help. So, the key area for Project Helix, I would say.
I think that's a very good suggestion, and I don't see why they couldn't. I mentioned before that their mission is to stimulate innovation and support new product development, so that will benefit our food and drink companies, so I don't see why that couldn't be part of it. We've led the way in recycling. Why can't we lead the way in doing that? It's particularly for SMEs, so one of the things that they're doing is responding, for instance, to technical inquiries, so I think this could fit in perfectly.
Thank you. Finally, Jenny Rathbone.
Of course, the biggest wake-up call on plastics is the plastic we now find in our fish as a result of the pollution of the seas. I'm very pleased that you mentioned that food is about people, their health and well-being, and it's not about adulterated chicken being washed with chlorine or artificially fattened pigs and cows plumped up so that their backs break. I absolutely applaud the food and fun holiday schemes to combat malnutrition in children, and I look forward to more details on your obesity strategy. The Food for Life certification offered by the Soil Association is particularly relevant to the food we serve in our schools. They need local suppliers of food to enable that to work. So when we're investing in skills, we need to know where in Wales can you do horticulture courses, because we have got plenty of meat. We're well endowed in that, and in dairy and cheeses. But we need to vary our diet in the interest of our health and well-being. Where in Wales can you buy Welsh leeks that symbol of our nation? You may not be able to answer that today, but I'd be really interested to know the answer.
Thank you. Well, I can certainly say that Morrisons sell them, because as part of the Blas Cymru from Pembrokeshire, from Puffin Produce, they sell Welsh leeks, and I certainly know that one of the supermarkets that take them is Morrisons. But I think you're right, it is important that people know where they can access horticultural skills training, and certainly I know actually in the Minister for Environment's constituency there's a college there that provides it. So it is about getting that balance. But again, I have seen an increase in people who do want to take up horticulture, certainly in my own constituency. So I do think those skills have to be there, and part of the skills conference that we're having and the discussions with companies is to make sure every skill that they need like that is available.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Next item on the agenda is the Landfill Disposables Tax Administration Regulations of 2018, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary of Finance to move that motion. Mark Drakeford.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to put forward the Landfill Disposable Tax Administration Regulations 2018.
To both the Finance Committee and the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee for their work in considering these regulations. They are made under sections 17, 54 and 93 of the Landfill Disposals Tax Wales Act of 2017, and both relate to the administration of that tax. The regulations cover two main areas. Part 2 sets out the requirements additional to those in the Act that must be met in order for waste fines to qualify for the lower rate of tax. Waste fines are small fragments of material produced by a waste treatment process that involves mechanical treatment. Requirements included in the regulations include carrying out loss on ignition testing on waste fines and the arrangements for doing so. They confer powers to enable the Welsh Revenue Authority to set out the detail of these requirements in a legally enforceable notice, and if these regulations are confirmed by the National Assembly this afternoon, they will assist landfill operators to determine the correct amount of tax chargeable. Part 3 establishes a customer insolvency credit. This provides landfill site operators with an entitlement to a tax credit where their customer becomes insolvent before having paid the operator for carrying out a taxable disposal. Members of the Finance Committee will recall from their consideration that this was a matter of some controversy during the passage of the Act, with different respondents to consultation promoting very different approaches, some arguing for complete abolition of the tax credit, others for a very generous level of retention. In the event, the regulations before the Assembly today broadly follow the approach adopted in Scotland. They retain a tax credit in this area, but narrow the conditions that give rise to an entitlement. The credit is only available under these regulations where the operator's customer has become insolvent. The primary aim of the regulations is to protect revenues and then to provide stability to operators. Governor E. Aeloda.
I ask members to support these regulations this afternoon.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have no further comments, as the Cabinet Secretary has answered everything that was raised by the Finance Committee and by others.
Jane Hutt. So I do welcome these Landfill Disposals Tax Administration Regulations 2018, and I support the Cabinet Secretary unreservedly as a member now of the Finance Committee. I'm delighted to see the first tax rate 100 years not just on the statute but ready for implementation from April 2018. And I'm glad I was able to play my part as a former Finance Minister to pave the way for this new day for Wales, bringing forward the Tax Collection Management Bill, which received royal assent in 2016. But for the record, in this centenary year of women's suffrage, I'm conscious of the role women have played in this Assembly, in government as finance ministers, Edwina Hart and Sue Essex, before my 6-year term in the post, and in the Assembly, Jocelyn Davis, as the former chair of the Finance Committee, which scrutinised the Tax Collection and Management Bill. And I'm delighted that the Welsh Revenue Authority, which will be collecting this tax, and LTTA, is chaired by a woman, Catherine Bishop. In 1918, women got partial suffrage, and that was the time when the Women's Tax Resistance League, whose slogan was "No vote, no tax," was disbanded because finally women were getting the vote. So let's mark this historical day in the spirit of Hywel Dda to promote equality in all aspects of devolution, including in the delivery and management of our new taxes in Wales.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary to reply to the debate.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I say to Jane Hunt how much I agree with her on the very significant part that women members of this Assembly have played throughout the development of these new responsibilities. She will be interested to know, because I was asked this question in front of the Finance Committee very recently, that in the Welsh Revenue Authority, over half the appointments that have now been made to the authority are women, and that women are represented at every level of responsibility within this new body, thus continuing the work that she and others have pioneered in this field. Can I thank Simon Thomas for recognising that I've been able to respond to the points the Finance Committee were interested in. Although technical in nature, the aim of the regulations is to provide a consistent, clear and fair set of requirements that taxpayers can follow in identifying when the lower rate of tax can be applied to qualifying mixtures of fine materials, and also in determining their entitlement to the consumer insolvency credit. And I hope that members will feel able to support them this afternoon.
Question.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. The next item is the Environmental Permitting England and Wales Amendment Regulations 2018, and I call on the Minister for Environment to move the motion, Hannah Blythen.
I look forward to discussing these regulations, which will make an important contribution to improving air quality and reducing pollution.
On the 5th of December, I set out the range of actions that Welsh Government is taking to deliver improvements to air quality in Wales. During this debate, I made clear that action is essential for the health and well-being of our communities and our environment. The Environmental Permit in England and Wales Amendment Regulations 2018 will implement the Medium Combustion Plant Directive, helping to tackle the air quality challenge by extending and strengthening our existing controls on the emission of polluting substances to the atmosphere from a combustion plant. Medium combustion plants between 1 megawatt thermal and 50 megawatts thermal in capacity are used for a wide variety of applications. These include generating heat for large buildings such as offices, hotels, hospitals and schools, providing heat and steam for industrial processes and generating electricity. The Environmental Permit in England and Wales Amendment Regulations 2018 will give effect to the Directive's upper limits on emissions of nitrate oxides, sulphur dioxide and particulate matter to the atmosphere from medium combustion plant. These are key atmospheric pollutants. Plants over 20 megawatts thermal in capacity are already subject to environmental controls under our environmental permitting regime, including the requirement that best available techniques are applied to prevent pollution and that no significant pollution is caused. These controls remain in place alongside the newly implemented requirements of the Medium Combustion Plant Directive. The regulations will also introduce targeted additional controls to tackle pollution from combustion plant below 50 megawatts thermal that are used to generate electricity. Over recent years, we have seen significant growth in the numbers of diesel-burning combustion plant used to generate electricity during short periods of high demand. These plants can produce over 6 times as much nitrogen oxides as the gas-burning alternatives. The controls that will be introduced by the regulations are needed to ensure that these electricity-generating plants do not impact on air quality and public health. The regulations require operators of affected plants to obtain an environmental permit from Natural Resources Wales. The permits will specify the detailed operating requirements necessary to ensure the protection of air quality, including emission limit values for key pollutants, monitoring requirements and reporting obligations. These requirements will be administered and enforced by Natural Resources Wales through the lifetime of each permit, and the costs associated with permit issue and compliance checking will be met by the operator under an existing cost recovery provisionals for environmental permitting. I seek your support today for the implementation of the Environmental Permitting England and Wales Amendment Regulations 2018. the directive obligations these regulations will introduce and the targeted additional controls on electricity health align with the Welsh Government's wellbeing goals and the National Strategy Prosperity for All.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Llywydd, and to thank the Minister for setting out the need for these regulations. We do support what the Minister is doing, and this is a joint set of regulations between England and Wales, of course, in response to an EU directive. A couple of questions, if I may. Could the Minister just confirm that, in fact, though we welcome these regulations are actually being transposed late and beyond the timescale that was set out by the EU, which I think is a regrettable state of affairs, and I'd like to understand how that happened. The second point I'd like to make is, as I understand these regulations, they will now include some of the power plants that the Minister referred to, which have not been captured by directives such as this in the past. And this is a very important step in terms of maintaining good air quality and better air quality in Wales. And we know the public health implications of the poor air quality we have in many parts of Wales. The permitting process, however, as I understand, also allows the older plants, so actually the most polluting ones, to have more time to come up to speed. And I'd like to understand how we're going to use the best information we get and the best work of Natural Resources Wales to actually try and accelerate that process, because it seems to me that rather than giving the older plants more time, we almost should be doing it the other way round. I mean, there may be issues here around costs and effectiveness, but they're the ones that are really contributing to the public health emergency that we have in Wales at the moment.
I call on the Minister to reply to the debate.
May I thank the member for his contribution in this debate. The first question was on the late transposition of the Medium Custom Plant Directive. The delayed transposition has resulted from delays to the finalisation of elements of the regulations dealing with their interplay with existing industrial environmental controls. Once the regulations finalised, they had to go through a 3-month period of notification to the European Commission, which during the regulations could not be progressed. The notification period ended on the 8th of December, and we laid the regulations before the Assembly the following working day, which was the 11th of December, and the regulations were laid in Parliament on the same day. I'm sure the transposition delay will not affect the timely introduction of the directive's requirements, and the first of which must be applied by the 20th of December this year. In terms of the transposition, the phase-in for some of the older plants, a large number of these combustion plants that are affected, estimated up to be 30,000 more in England and Wales. In many cases, the operators of these plants will not have had to encounter the environmental permitting regime. So it's to raise awareness and to give it time for that permitting to take place. And the phase-in period, I hope, will also help to encourage operators to invest in new, cleaner technology rather than retrofitting old plant with pollution abatement equipment. I think this is thank you again for your contributions. This is a very technical amendment today in a debate, but it is an important one as it helps us work towards our aspirations of tackling poor air quality in Wales.
Question.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item is the debate on the Thurley review of Amgueddfa Cymru, and I call on the Minister for Culture, Sport and Tourism to move the motion, David Ellis-Thomas. Thank you very much, Llywydd. It's a privilege for me to open this discussion on a matter within my cultural responsibilities, and in so doing, I use the government time at the Assembly to celebrate the development of cultural institutions, important institutions, and also to give Assembly members and the public the opportunity, following the publication of this report, to discuss its content further and to help us in the process as government, in collaboration with the museum, to strengthen our national institutions. And the national institutions dealing with heritage and history are institutions where, without being too nationalistic or romantic here, where the heartbeat of the nation is to be heard, because these institutions offer a special experience for visitors to Wales, and they offer a sense of place and pride for communities in Wales. And they are institutions that can be very useful in welcoming new arrivals and to explain the histories and aspirations of people of Wales over the centuries, and also to offer experiences, histories and evidence of people of all nations. And Amgueddfa Cymru, as you know, has 7 locations scattered across Wales, and this institution is a vital part of the work of providing cultural experiences on people's doorsteps almost. And the work of providing experiences that also care for our heritage. And apart from 4 visits to Llandudno, the place that I've visited most since I came into this post is St Fagans, and the opportunity to revisit this location often recently has helped me to understand how much development and redevelopment has been made in supporting an investment of over £7 million by the Welsh Government. And I was hugely impressed by the new facilities in St Fagans, and it's clear that there is a long history of very hard work and passion and commitment of everyone from the historic buildings unit through to the general director and all of the staff who are so enthusiastic. But in the history of this institution, as with all institutions, there have been problems and there continue to be challenges. And in response to the challenges and on the request of the Amgueddfa Cymru itself, my predecessor, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, Ken Skates, commissioned this independent report that we are discussing today back in 2016. And the ambition was to find a way that the Welsh Government and Amgueddfa Cymru could work together more effectively. And I'm very grateful to Dr. Simon Thurley. I'm familiar with his work in English heritage for many years. I'm very grateful to him for the responsibility he took for the review and the readable way that it was written. And indeed, it's unusually readable in my experience of reading public reports, even in the field of culture. And the report has succeeded to discuss the strengths and weaknesses, to note the issues, to consider opportunities, and to put forward ideas of how the museum can move forward in several different areas. And as you see from reading the report, there are 17 recommendations. And I don't want to discuss all of these individually, but I welcome contributions, oral contributions, or directly on these recommendations. But I think there are 3 main areas of recommendations, and I'll try to refer to these in turn. They include the need for Amgueddfa Cymru to maximise income, to improve sustainability, and to decrease dependency, a significant dependency on public funding, to develop links and relationships, especially with the Welsh Government, and to develop the interpretation offer in the museums across the entire institution. And several recommendations identify the need for Amgueddfa Cymru to work differently to maximise its potential for income generation. And I acknowledge that it's not easy for a large and complex organisation to change its business model, but it is important that this does happen. And in the substantial discussions that I've had with Amgueddfa Cymru, it's clear that there is a willingness to accept and embrace the need for change. In addition to this, the museum was already involved in the Historic Wales Partnership, and I certainly appreciate the collaboration between different aspects of heritage work, especially Cadw's work, which continues, as you'll remember in a previous statement that I made here, as part of the government, even though it has greater independence in its work and its management. So I look forward to seeing further development in the partnership and collaboration, closer collaboration between the institutions in the Historic Wales Partnership. And I also appreciate the willingness of the unions to take part in the discussions and the certainty that I can give here publicly that the points of view of staff are a vital part of the work of making decisions. Amgueddfa Cymru has a real opportunity to consider the excellent improvement made by Cadw in terms of income generation and to learn relevant lessons. And while many Cadw sites have an admission charge, this report does draw attention to other national organisations in the United Kingdom that provide free entry to their permanent galleries while charging for admission to see special exhibitions and to receive additional services. So I'd like to emphasise that Amgueddfa Cymru is considering other opportunities, including, for example, car and coach parking, improving the catering offer, looking at the opening hours and considering whether it would be possible for some sites to open at particular times of the year. And the recommendations made in this report are vitally important in recommending the appointment of an experienced commercial director, and the museum, in its discussions with me, has accepted this idea gladly, because the skills that would be provided by such an appointment would drive change and improvement across the institution. And may I refer again to the particular success of St Fagans. The museum has raised over £30 million to bring these new projects at St Fagans to fruition. And the majority of this funding has come from the Heritage Lottery Fund and the Welsh Government. But the rest of the funding, which is a substantial amount, has been raised thanks to the hard work of the trustees and staff of the museum. And this funding has come from a variety of sources, which demonstrates that the museum can identify opportunities and attract funding to projects. And even though this process has been successful, it's important that I acknowledge here today that it has taken considerable time and effort, and that I appreciate that time and effort. Now, there will always be a balance to maintain between our hugely successful policy, which has been long established, of offering free entry, and the need to be more commercially minded. And I'm eager to hear members' views on how we can ensure that that balance is struck. The second series of recommendations, as I referred to by Dr. Simon earlier, revolve around relationships, particularly between the Welsh Government and Amgueddfa Cymru. The report does raise concerns about what is considered as an unwarranted level of control, and I understand that concern as someone who has been involved in a number of public institutions over the years. And I think that it is important at the same time to have stricter scrutiny processes on expenditure on institutions, as well as ensuring that there is a way in so doing to look at other institutions within the United Kingdom that are able to take advantage of the possibility of generating additional income. There is no opposition in principle to this additional income being generated as long as it sits alongside the fundamental principle of free entry in general to the institutions. And I hope, therefore, that these recommendations will be considered further, and I look forward to the fuller debate on that in this place. But I'd also like to say one further thing before I conclude my opening comments. Reference has been made in the report that was made for very painful reading for me with regard to cutting down the relationship between senior management teams and the unions. Now, this isn't a healthy situation for any public body or for any commercial organisation or partnership to be in. I don't want to make any specific comments about management issues here today. That wouldn't be appropriate. But I do respect the arm's length principle in institutions, and I believe that the Welsh Government must maintain this distance in order to be effective in its scrutiny function of bodies that it funds. And I encourage collaboration, including the ACAS processes, a negotiation process. And in that situation, I hope that we won't fall into the trap of a repeat history that would repeat that failure to understand each other. The third area that I wish to deal with in these opening remarks conveys the importance of developing the particular and special offer of Amgueddfa Cymru, and I'm very grateful for the careful comments that have been made on across all of the locations, but particularly focused on the National Slate Museum, museum that is very close to my heart, of course, because of the familiar link with the industry, and also the National Roman Legion Museum that I had the huge pleasure of visiting in Caerleon yesterday. Again, the example of St Fagans is before us, and it shows how these smaller museums can take advantage of the experience at St Fagan and at Cadw to develop their offer, demonstrating that a museum isn't a static body, but a body that continues to grow as the understanding of the nation's history also grows. As I said, I've met the museum's officials several times to discuss this report and the recommendations, and I continue to look forward to collaborate with them, and I'm eager this afternoon and from today onwards to hear your contribution as the National Assembly that has responsibility for our national institutions in the process of reforming them. Thank you for listening.
Davis.
Thank you, Chair. May I thank the Minister for bringing the review to the Chamber today.
I think, although its recommendations, I think, need to be considered alongside the conclusions of the group chaired by Justin Albert on the possible shape of historic Wales and, of course, your recent decision that Cadw would remain wholly in government. I just want to speak very briefly about that part of the report that refers to the industrial dispute which affected activities during the museum's recent past. I don't want to dwell on it much, but I tend to agree that this is not a matter for government to intercede directly when it comes to industrial relations of a non-government body, but I do believe it's right for both parties to inform AMs of their views, because every person involved in this is somebody's constituent, and we as representatives can highlight those views to a point where they bring pressure to bear, but that is not the same as the executive stepping in and influencing. Whether Dr Thurley has adequately or accurately represented the relationship between staff, management and even government, I genuinely can't say, but I do think that the need for realistic modernisation of the National Museum and the appropriate recognition of staff expertise, commitment and flexibility is not a binary choice. But the fact it's come up as an issue is illustrative of a theme that has emerged from discussions about the museum in the last year or so. And that issue is the place of government and its relationship with the independence of the museum. On the strength of recent scrutiny, not least in this report, the museum's had to face criticism about its ability to manage the concerns of the workforce properly and, of course, to manage the changes in its financial circumstances and support. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that is about gaps in management skills, which can and have to be addressed, and not a reason for government creep into the independent space of the museum. That looming prospect of merged commercial functions with Welsh Government was a very successful project in holding up a mirror to the museum so that it could see and begin to plan to overcome its shortcomings, particularly with regard to its commercial activities, and it's exploiting those commercial potential activities that's at the heart of this Thurley review, after all. Now, I have no problem at all with the museum working collaboratively with Cadw to improve commercial or indeed any other opportunities, but that's just one relationship which will improve their prospects. And I just want to be clear, since we've had that confirmation that Cadw will remain wholly within government, I can't see my party supporting any closer integration between those two bodies. While each should cooperate for mutual benefit, I mean, actually, Cadw and Visit Wales have cropped up in this review and the Justin Albert report. That's one thing, but I think government really needs to back off anything that hints at operational interference, or even those elements of the museum strategy which don't speak to the remit letter or the collaborative work streams. The review was very effusive about the museum's existing offer, and even more effusive about the potential offer, and I think it would be hard to disagree with that. Since it had its rude awakening, the museum has already raised £10.3 million through earned income, nearly twice as much as any other national cultural organisation, and slashed the dependence on government income to 2/3 in just 1 year alone. So it can do it, and they are now actively recruiting for a commercial director, although maybe they want to revisit expertise on staff relations as well. Minister, I'm always a bit sceptical about drawing comparisons with London institutions when we talk of funding our culture and heritage offer. But I hope that the new commercial director will consider even the most controversial ideas put forward by Thurley, just to throw them around and really examine if there's anything that Wales can learn from them. I'd say as Welsh Conservatives, we support the general principle of free entry to core collections, but we also support the principle to charge for headline exhibitions if the museum chooses to do that. Because the evidence points both ways on attendance. I think some of that can be overcome by allowances within charging schemes, for example. But the decision to charge should be for the museum and not for government. And it should not be used by either body to argue for cuts or for extra money from the public purse. Minister, you've said an awful lot about what is impressive about the museum already. I just wanted to comment on something that Dr Thurley raised about changes to some of the sites and where differences could be made, not just to the income potential for the museum, but the coherence of the story. And I think that is a story that needs to be determined by the museum, not by government or not indeed by Thurley. This is why commercial independence is essential for the museum and its ability to set more priorities for itself. That is not to diminish the importance of the government's remit letter and its priorities, and of course the funding conditional to a degree on those priorities being met. But it needs to be free to grow its finances outside the relationship with government without the risk of cuts to public support being the main driver for priority setting. Thank you.
Dai Lloyd.
Thank you very much, Llywydd, and it's a pleasure to participate in this important debate on the Thurley Review, and as Susie has mentioned, this builds on previous reviews and the rather troubled history of the institutions over the past 2 years. Now, we are very proud of Amgueddfa Cymru. It was established by Royal Charter back in 1907. It was to promote public education. That was the purpose of the Charter, and it's true to say that the museum has delivered that laudably over the years, educating the world about Wales and educating the Welsh about the nation. And that was one of the key aims back from 1912, educating the world about Wales and educating the people of Wales about their own country. And people are still discovering things about their own nation. People who have lived here through their lives saying, well, I never knew that. And that's the importance of visiting the various sites of Amgueddfa Genedlaethol Cymru. There are facts that continue to surprise you about this nation, and in those dark days, pre-devolution, the National Museum was a pillar of inspiration and was firm in its Welsh identity and cast a shining light representing Wales when similar structures didn't exist to express our national identity, our history and our traditions, giving backbone to every nationalist and patriot. And that's the importance of the independence of Amgueddfa Cymru, to tell the story of Wales without it being negatively influenced by external influences and being entirely independent of any government. As we've heard, and we've had the discussion on historic Wales, with the original intention of the Cabinet Secretary of attempting to merge heritage and arts organisations. It's a wonderful thing that that absurd idea has been cast aside but confirmation that there is no intention to merge our national arts institutions would be another clear signal that the Welsh Government takes the independence of the sector seriously. And turning to another element, funding is crucially important. Since 2012, there have been substantial cuts in the funding of Amgueddfa Cymru, cuts of around 11%, and this led to arguments between the museum and the unions about terms, conditions, pay, wages, and there were strikes, and there were difficult times. There were dark times indeed. We don't want to go back to those days. But that was partly because of cuts in funding. We've also heard about the successes, the commercial successes that have been achieved recently by the museum. And we should also recognise the agreement between this government and Plaid Cymru, and as a result the museum will receive a financial boost for the next 2 years. And it would be good to hear assurances from the Minister this afternoon about financial security for the future following that period for Amgueddfa Cymru. The Thurley report strikes a very positive note, as Susie has mentioned, with praise for the quality of Amgueddfa Cymru and the quality and commitment of the staff. But of course there is also room for improvement, as has been noted, and those are also included in the report. And the report also recognises that Amgueddfa Cymru is one of the major museums of the UK. It's not simply a narrow Welsh issue, because I quote from the report in its conclusions in terms of the expertise of its staff, in its support for the social and community development, and its contribution to knowledge about the history and culture of Wales. It has delivered exceptionally well. Hear, hear, I say to that. Amgueddfa Cymru continues to inspire patriots of today and stands firm for Wales. Thank you very much.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to take part in what I think is a very important debate today. I would like to start my contribution by making three, I think, non-contentious statements. Museums are an important asset to our communities. The national museums are very important to every nation, and Wales is no different. To make them successful, we need well-paid and well-motivated staff who are committed to the Welsh Museum Service. We've talked about who should control it, but I can ask this question. I do not know the OCS classification of the museums of Wales. I would expect to see them classified as Welsh Government-controlled. Happy to be corrected on this if someone was to correct me. I think that if they were a business, they'd be described as wholly owned subsidiaries of the Welsh Government. I'll take an intervention.
The whole point of the museum structure, as we heard earlier, is that their history is very much based upon their own independence, guaranteed in the case of the original, guaranteed by the Royal Charter in its original inception. And that is essential to maintain its independent structure, just as the Arts Council maintains an independent structure through that model. And I entirely endorse that model for the future.
So I think that there's a bit of confusion here between the two of us. I was talking in financial terms. I'll ask this question. If the Welsh Government withdrew funding tomorrow, would the museums continue, or would they be forced to close their doors? If they are wholly dependent or substantially dependent on the Welsh Government, in operational terms, and the OSCS, I'm sure, classify them as Welsh Government-controlled bodies. One of the things I've argued against during the whole of my time at the Assembly is exploitative contracts. Zero-hour contracts, flexible low-hour contracts, annual hours, agency staff. There's no shortage of ways to badly treat people. I also believe that everyone should be paid the real living wage. The museum staff deserve to be not to be subject to these employment practices. I am pleased that Mr Surley acknowledges the high quality of all the museum sites and the impact many of them have for their local communities, both in terms of a museum presence in the locality and providing a source of regular employment in often marginal areas. Free entry museums has been a long-standing policy of the Labour Party in Wales. Do not exclude people on price from viewing their history. On charging, I have no difficulty in charging for specific exhibitions, with caveats that anything relating to Wales must be free. I do not believe that people of Wales should have to pay to view their own history. Also, it should not be a backdoor method of charging for museum entry. I believe the report is correct in its final section, addressing the need for financial stability for the museum and clarity on its funding position over the next few years. In addition to the areas outlined, I would also add that the museum is still in the process of negotiating the 2017-19 pay offer with the trade unions. Any funding settlement needs to take account of the cost associated with it and ensure a period of stability to the organisation going forward. The museum is at a pivotal moment where it can either move forward with a well-funded model that seeks to engage with its staff, their recognised trade unions, and deliver a world-class service provided by professional and well-motivated people able to deliver for the communities and the people of Wales. Over the last year, the Historic Wales Steering Group has developed ideas and programmes which we hope will build and develop such a model which involves the recognised trade unions in the process. I believe any recommendations should be considered by this group and the report should not derail the development of this work. I think it's important, and I sincerely hope for the sake of the future of the staff and the cultural sector within Wales, both the Welsh Government and the museum management look to that option as the way to take it forward. If I can return to what I was talking about earlier on the financial side of it, and you might have whatever rules you've got and whatever charters you've got, where is the money coming from? And you can't have, we got a lot of people, a lot of organisations throughout Wales, they want money from the public sector, but they want to run their organisations as if they're part of the private sector. And that is one of the things. Please, yeah.
Yes, I think part of the purpose of the Thurley review was to see how the museum sector, certainly the national museum sector as a whole, could raise more of its income so that that balance between public funding and non-government funding would change.
I have no problem with organisations raising money. The point I'm trying to get across, which I'm obviously failing with, that these organisations are wholly dependent on government money. If the government turns the money off, these organisations close. And that, I think, is the key to this. So they can't go around pretending they're private sector organisations for the benefit of themselves. They are dependent on government money. They're dependent on the public sector. They're dependent on money from the taxpayers of Wales. And as such, they should be responsible to them.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. And thanks to the Minister for bringing today's debate. I haven't yet had any formal contact with the new Minister, either in the Chamber or in committee, so I'd like to officially welcome him into his new role. I think we all feel, certainly in this section of the Chamber, by which I mean the UKIP seats, that he has shown a lot of promise, and I believe he could be a valuable addition to the Government's ministerial team. I've certainly marked his name down as somebody with a bright future in government. On to today's matters. I've heard what the other contributors have said, but I want to go slightly further than the Thurley review and float a more contentious idea. I appreciate that there has been a commitment from the Welsh Government for the principle of free entry to the National Museum Network. I don't want to unduly restrict people's access to these museums, but I think it is possible that we could consider stretching this principle slightly so that Amgueddfa Cymru can generate some income and operate more effectively. A token charge of £1 for adults to enter a museum, with children going free, would not, I feel, put off parents who are considering visiting a museum as part of a family day out. Of course, there could be an argument then as to what will stop this £1 charge from rising and rising until it becomes exorbitant. Well, as the museums are a public facility and will still largely be publicly financed, with the grant from the Welsh Government still being the main source of income, then surely the Government can draw up terms under which the charge can only rise annually in line with the Consumer Price Index, the measure of inflation which tends to rise at a lower rate than the Retail Price Index. There is also the issue of special exhibitions. To get many of these exhibitions to come to Wales will take considerable effort in terms of time and cost. So I feel that Amgueddfa Cymru should be able to try and recoup some of this cost by charging extra for access to these exhibitions, or at least certain of them. I appreciate what Susie said earlier. She didn't want to have a look at what happens in London. Okay, sorry, I might have slightly simplified what you said, but anyway, I'm going to have a look at what happens in London. To get into the Victoria and Albert Museum is free, but entry to special exhibitions, and there are always numerous special exhibitions on at the V&A, currently ranges from £8 to £19. Now, we have to remember that entry to the V&A's general displays is free, so they are perhaps having to charge fairly large amounts for the special exhibitions, at least in part to cross-subsidise the free entry to the rest of the museum. Now, if you had the token £1 charge, you wouldn't perhaps have to do that. You could have a different financial model, and you could perhaps charge £5 for the special exhibitions. You could raise money in other ways as well. The museum in St Fagans, which I will persist in calling the Welsh National Folk Museum, has recently been refurbished.
Why?
Well, I'll go on to that, Lee. I will tell you later. Has recently been refurbished with the addition of a new main building, a craft workshop and other facilities. The new building contains an enlarged cafe, activity and event spaces, some of which can be hired out to groups, and a bigger gift shop. So this will hopefully help the museum at St Fagans to raise more revenue, and is therefore a welcome development, and one which could be followed by the other museums under the umbrella of Amgueddfa Cymru. Now, to raise Lee's point, I mentioned the old name of the St Fagans Museum, which was what I knew it as growing up. It has since been called the Museum of Welsh Life, and is now, I see, named the St Fagans National Museum of History, neither of which are as evocative as the original name, in my opinion. Can I therefore issue a plea for museums to keep their evocative original names? Because I also noticed that the Maritime Museum, as was, is now called the National Waterfront Museum. Before long, we will have the Big Pit National Coal Museum changing its name into the National Industry Museum, or some similarly anodyne title. I sometimes wonder who dreams these name changes up. Every time you change a name, you will lose potential customers, because you are changing a well-known brand. I think there is a strong commercial case for sticking with the name that is already familiar to many people. However, I can see that I am no expert in this field. Yes, I do. These kind of decisions, certainly though, should fall under the oversight of somebody like a commercial director. I see that the Thurley Review is calling for Amgueddfa Cymru to bring in a commercial director, and I would strongly endorse that call. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Julie Morgan.
Diolch, and it's a great pleasure to take part in this very important debate. And first thing I want to say really is that I'm glad this is getting us talking about the National Museum of Wales, as I think is of huge importance to us as a nation, because we need to tell our story to our children here in Wales, as well as to visitors who come here. And I agree that Wales should be telling its story to the world of how a small nation has had such a massive impact, particularly in terms of the Industrial Revolution. And this report by Simon Thurley does recognise the National Museum of Wales, Amgueddfa Cymru, as one of the jewels in the crown of the museums in the UK. And I'm particularly pleased that it praises the expertise and knowledge of the staff who work there, because I think all our experience of the staff, and particularly the frontline staff, the people who welcome you when you go there, and the skills of the craftspeople, the people who split the slates, and all the craftspeople at St Fagans, I think it is absolutely great that they're acknowledged. The report also praises the rise in visitors' numbers to the National Museum in Cardiff, which were up 34% between 2010 and 2015 to nearly 500,000 a year. And obviously, in terms of the commercial viability, it's obvious that the report does is concentrating a lot of its emphasis on that. And some of his recommendations do make sense to me, such as asking visitors for donations, and a donation of 20p per head is not unaffordable, and the report says that this was raised £300,000 a year. I see no problems at all in asking for small donations, and obviously other museums are sometimes much more forthright in asking for money.
I don't see a problem of charging for special exhibitions, and I think it would be acceptable to have a members scheme, which could also help to raise funds, and I think these options should be investigated. But I think it is absolutely essential that we keep free access. I think it's one of the great achievements of this Assembly, of the Welsh Government, that there is free access so that everybody, whatever their means, can benefit from the museums. And I believe that this huge rise in numbers is directly linked to the openness of the museum, the fact that people can go there and don't have to worry about paying. So I don't think there should be any barrier, and I don't support Gareth Bennett's proposal of £1 to go in. I think it must be free. I wanted to go on now about the relationship in the museum. I think this is a pivotal moment. This is an opportunity to improve the relationship between the unions and the management. The report is correct in saying that there have been well-publicised difficulties with the staff and management relationship. And as chair of the PCS cross-party group, I am very well aware of all these difficulties. And this report does look back at some of those problems. But what it doesn't say was that the reason for the problems was that the museums were seeking to slash staff wages for the lowest paid, while senior management pay was being increased. And during this difficult time, the PCS actually balloted their members 4 times. And I, along with other members from this Assembly, were there speaking at rallies in support of the staff. And I think it's important to say that a resolution to this dispute was actually helped, brokered by the Welsh Government. So I think it's important that although I support the idea of the independence of the bodies, when they can't manage things properly, I think it is very important that we were able to turn to the Welsh Government. I just want to say about some of the things that are problems at the museum. There's a 0-hour contract that Mike Hedges already mentioned. That is not acceptable to have these 0-hour contract. And certainly there should be a formal agreement on how they are used, if they have to be there at all. I think that the use of fixed-term contracts should be limited. This is a real opportunity now, on the basis of this report, to restore good relations in the museum, because I think we all feel that the staff are the key to the success of the museum, and surely their terms and conditions and pay should be in line with Welsh Government departments, and certainly there should be time off for trade union work. I'm very pleased that the Minister said the points of the view of staff are vital. He also mentioned that perhaps some museums would close for certain periods of the year. Well, obviously, that will make the members of staff who work permanently in those museums for all the hours in the year, their hearts are going to sink when they read that. So I think these issues have to be taken into consideration when proposals are made about how is this going to affect staff, and make sure they're part of the dialogue so that there is good relationships. So I think that this is a great opportunity to try and start off on a new foot, and let's recognise the huge contribution that staff are making and make sure that they're part of this dialogue.
I call on the Minister to reply to the debate. Thank you very much, Llywydd, and may I thank all of the members who have taken part in this debate and for the general welcome that's been extended to the recommendations. We had opening remarks from Susie Davis that emphasised that... Why did I say Susie Jenkins? It was Susie Davis. I was thinking about someone else. Susie Davis, of course. We had remarks about the importance of Assembly members expressing their opinions, and that was the reason for holding this debate, and I'm grateful to the support given to the independence and the importance of growing capacity within the institution. And I am confident, I wouldn't be saying this unless it wasn't on the basis of the discussions that I've had and that I'm going to have again. But as emphasised already, the independence of the museum is important, but as Julie Morgan said, the government's influence as the public body that has national responsibility for the museum, is part of the responsibility that we have as a government and as an assembly. And so both of those elements have to work in accord, and it's a matter of establishing the difference between them. And it's important, and I can give assurance that I will be striving to co-draft the remit letter so that we can discuss together how we want to set out the programme for the coming years. And that includes, of course, the funding programme. We're restricted by the current fiscal regime established in Westminster as to how far we can go in the years to come to give assurance, but we will be considering that further. I am grateful to Dai Lloyd for his very appropriate lecture on the development of the museum and its educational role, and may I assure him that there's no intention from this minister to merge national institutions. The cultural independence, if not fully constitutional independence, for the national that owns the museum is a vital part of the culture minister's agenda, and the devolved nature of the museum within Wales itself is a vital part of its interest and its difference, as I've seen in visiting these institutions recently. And I acknowledge the importance of the agreement made with Plaid Cymru. This was part of the discussion that I had with museum officials, and the intention is that we'll continue in that spirit of agreement over the coming years with regard to the budget. Thank you to Mike Hedges, who always tells the truth.
Mike, for you providing us with lessons in public administration in a way which is so attractive and amusing to listen to. And that's supposed to be a compliment. We certainly are aiming for financial stability, and indeed Welsh Government has already indicated that we are looking to ensure proper financial capacity, which must include meeting the need for effective remuneration. And I would say, as a matter of principle, I agree with a longer-term target of aligning the level of remuneration in terms of conditions of those who work for us in the museum sector and those who work for us in other parts of our public services. And that's something which we need to address. I'm very grateful to Gareth Bennett for his generous remarks, and I can assure him that there is no intention to pursue a model of charging adults and not charging younger citizens. We need to look at the family visitors to the museum as a whole unit. Now, as regard names, the Welsh Folk Museum always reminded me of something more folksy than even Amgueddfa Werin. Although I do find, as I travel around that part of West Cardiff, that the brown signs take a bit of time catching up with the latest name. And no doubt that will happen in the future. Can I here publicly thank Julie Morgan for her role, which I've now learnt more fully about, in ensuring improved government relations and relationship between this Assembly through her PCS cross-party group and the trade union side, and indeed the management of the museums when there were the difficulties to which we've all referred to. And it is indeed my wish, as much as hers, that we do not return there. As I say, we are seeking to ensure a steady level of funding for the future, and I'm certain that the degree of support that has been exhibited in this debate today will strengthen our relationship with the museum. Diolch yn fawr i chi gyd am eich cyfrannu.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Question you.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed, and therefore there will be no voting time at the end of this meeting, and that brings today's proceedings to a close.